guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, sorry guys, it was a black screen for a second there. I had to share it a bit around. Hey, welcome back everyone. This is going to be a two-part episode because AK doesn't have super much time. He'll be back later tonight and we'll do a part two. But we have to discuss quite some things in this short time. Please share it around because we're still dealing with shadow bans. You know, this is not your regular show. We'll have to discuss, I think, the inauguration, Assange pardon. I know AK wants to talk about Iran and China and some other stuff going on. The coming months, this is all personal opinion. You can expect some more going on there. And as soon as the inauguration is done, I'm pretty sure it's going to move really fast after that, so it makes sense that we discuss that at least a bit. Inauguration is trending. Inauguration day is trending too as a keyword. You can help us get a lot of viewers by sharing this using those keywords, and let's take this hashtag and give some people some actual reliable information that is not limited to lefties or righties, just non-partisan. So thanks for listening, and if you have questions, post them in the YouTube chat.
So, where to start? In regards to this inauguration, I mean, everybody was expecting there to be violence. So far, there has not been any violent actions. But, I mean, the inauguration's tomorrow, and you know, it could happen. Whole Q movement, apparently they were planning to infiltrate the National Guard, which I don't know how that would work, but that's what they were planning. There's a whole bunch of raids going on now by the feds against Q people. Because they were like literally plotting terrorism. Like this whole Q thing, man. Oh fuck.
Yeah, well, we expected that, right? We knew that from the start that it was the goal to create this, to instigate this sort of like rebellion on U.S. shore, and also make sure that everyone else can be branded as domestic terrorism. So it's going to happen under Biden. Kamala.
Oh, absolutely. You know, like, a lot of people on the right are probably now worried that they're all going to be labeled domestic terrorists because of everything that's been going on, and especially the Capitol attack that happened. You know, like, it's going to create a big divide, and things have been getting worse and worse here in the U.S. for a long time, but I think the Capitol attack was kind of like the last straw, essentially, where things are kind of going to shift, and you know, more of our rights here in the U.S. are just going to vanish.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and they've been pushing certain narratives for a while, right? You had the whole Russian scare. That's going to happen now. People who affiliate to Russian or Chinese outlets are definitely going to be outlawed. The Trump supporters who are now seen as like instigators, just because there is a certain group affiliating with them that claims they want this, and they are all hunting this pedophile cannibal network. So, which, to be fair, there is some truth behind these occult networks behind the scenes, definitely. But the way Q Kohelet is showing it to them is very.
Well, here's the thing. Like Ted Gunderson, one of my sources and friends for years, he would investigate these cults and everything, and there are real cults across the U.S. and across the world, and some of these elite people are involved in cult activities and stuff like that. But what Q did is it made cults, any of this surveillance stuff going on, any real conspiracies like the John F. Kennedy assassination, all into a joke. And because they mixed real information with disinformation. And, it's going to take such a long period of time to get back to that point where real conspiratorial information can get out there without being labeled as Q information. Q is very harmful. When I was asked to be a part of the whole QAnon with 4chan, and they asked me to drop my data under Q, I refused and said I wouldn't do it because I saw all the fake things that they were putting out, and I didn't want to be associated with it. And I saw what they were doing. They were putting out real information and fake information. Now, that QAnon was kind of like retired, and then I think it was kicked off of 4chan, I'm pretty sure, and then 8chan took over, and Jim Watkins and all those people took over Q. The first Q was run by originally Ezra Kołowatnik.
Not alone, by the way. Also, you have to also mention Microchip and these others running it. Dreamcatcher.
Right, but they got a hold of it after Ezra. Ezra's the one who was posting information about like the Saudi arrests that were about to happen. I don't know what exactly more he posted. I just know that one thing. But Ezra posted on it maybe like twice or three times, and that's it. And then basically handed it off to 0 Hour One, Microchip, and Dreamcatcher, all those people. And
they want it.
Fango was involved too. I don't 100% know. Like I've seen stuff about DeFango and Thomas and all of them, and I have no fucking idea if they were involved because I didn't see their names or anything like that. I was just told Ezra was the first Q, and I was asked to be involved with it, and basically, literally, like bribed. Like they literally offered to pay for my hotel and flight and give me money to fly out somewhere and post on message board and drop data. Like,
well, I know that a Microchip. He's a famous bot herder, right? He's not like new. He's like he owns huge botnets, and he's a legitimate hacker in that sense. But his plan was to clone FBI Anon. The old FBI Anon on 4chan made posts back then, this years ago, right? And he made posts, and everyone always loved these weird posts, and they wanted to use the FBI Anon posts to instigate some crap. And they were using a popular things from popular media, right? Especially the book Q which is a famous book written by Luther Blissett, this crew of at least three Italian writers, and they're using popular culture because that makes people easily attached to it. They recognize subliminal messages in popular culture. Where we go, one we go all. It was not just a JFK, but it was also from the movie White Squall, where they had this bell on this boat, and they were all on this boat together, and this boat had this bell on it, where we go one, we go all, and they had a solidarity between each other. And this is all popular culture, and these are movies not everyone remembers like actively, but subliminally they remember this kind of stuff. And and this is what they used. But Microchip was a serious butt herder, and he entered the social media team for Trump too after that. He is literally on the social media team for Trump right now, so I'm just going to say that.
Right. Yeah, you hit everything, and also Ezra was a part of Trump's National Security Council. This whole thing, man, like, it's fucking absolutely nuts. To think that they may have done this. I say may because I don't have 100% proof on it, but to think they may have done this knowingly is insane. Like Flynn is also connected to it. I've seen a lot of people around Trump's circle connected to this Q thing, and it's freaking insane what's been happening lately with Q, and how these people, a part of the QAnon movement, have now taken upon themselves to threaten violence in the name of Q and in the name of Trump. So, I mean, we saw the Capitol attack, but there's been reports of, like, plotted bombings and fucking all this other shit, like, crazy. I just don't understand how anyone would fight back like that and like defend a politician like Trump. He's such a scumbag.
Okay, but look. Okay, so this is what we deal with in protest movements, right? So you have legitimate action. I mean, I'm not against legitimate action to support your president or whatever, right? I mean, that's legitimate. It is your voice, your vote. You vote for either Trump or you vote for the other guy who I believe are just the same story, but whatever. You believe in your vote, and it's legitimate in a so-called democracy to do that. But what they do now is they attach these parasites to legitimate movements, and these parasites, like QAnon, like that other weird guy in his. With the bull horns on his head. What is his name even? I forgot his name. Jake Angeli. Yeah, thank you, QAnon babe. Yeah, those are parasites. Those are parasites. They attach those to legitimate movements. And like the weird thing is, and you see it in the media, is that they put all attention on these guys and not on the lady that was shot. Right.
And also there was a cop killed, I believe. I believe that there was a cop that was stampeded, if I remember correctly. But I mean, there was a lot of stuff in regards to that Capitol attack that people aren't paying attention to, which alludes to a bigger conspiracy here than what's being said by most mainstream publications. Some of the mainstream publications are now reporting that a lot of sabotage took place, where there was panic buttons removed in various Democrats' offices. which shows either A, the Capitol Police were involved, or B, politicians were involved. And either of those, that's going to create a future problem. And to determine which was involved, there's an investigation ongoing by the feds. But this violence that has started with the Capitol attack is pretty big. I don't think it's going to go away, but I could be wrong. I was expecting an attack sometime this week of just lone wolves, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. What you deal with is that they're going to use this to silence whatever legitimate resistance there is against certain things. I mean, Joe Biden, who I believe is the same establishment as Trump is part of, because I have to explain this a bit, because the Donald Trump is not a lone person. His White House was filled with Goldman Sachs, for example, and Goldman Sachs needs wars, international wars. They're part of this military-industrial complex, and you have this Biden now, who is also an old establishment guy, who was literally involved with all these wars under Obama, and who was literally involved in the Ukraine with all this shady stuff. And personally, I think within weeks after he's inaugurated, you can expect, and you can say whatever I'm saying now. You can expect either a conflict in Iran or a conflict in at the Russian border.
Yeah,
this is going to happen, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and there was a incident where Iran launched a missile at a USS Carrier, and it almost hit it. It was just 10 miles away or something close like that. I don't remember off the top of my head 100%, but basically it was very close to the U.S. Carrier. And we would instantly go to war if that happened. If a Iranian missile hit a U.S. carrier and killed American soldiers, we would be instantly in war.
Yeah, and even the so-called
it would be NATO.
Yeah, and even the so-called fake dissidents like Tulsi Gabbard said on Joe Rogan that if Iran fires the first missile, she would be supportive of war against Iran. So what you can expect is a false flag. This is personal opinion, but if it happens, we said it. A personal observation, but she said when they make the first strike, we will be ready for war and we have to strike back. Completely forgetting the fact that you have your troops in Iranian waters, at Iranian borders, and you're thousands and thousands of miles from home. They're not at your shores with marine ships. You're at their shores with marine ships.
The issue is that that Iran and Israel have been going back and forth with first rhetoric and then attacks. And we saw the assassination of various different Iranian scientists over the summer.
Yeah, you're effectively trying to decapitate an independent country to have their scientific community in distress, and their government. You're trying to destabilize it, and you have existing resistance in every country. You have people who are unhappy about their government, and Iran is not a friendly government at all to their people. So you have legitimate resistance there, So what the jackals do, the CIA jackals, is they amplify such resistance. This is what big countries do. The Russians do this in 7 countries in Africa. You amplify as a big, powerful state. You amplify existing resistance, and you make it so strong. You give them media attention. You give them financial support in secret. Right? You do this, and Americans are very good at it. The jackals have done this in Ukraine too. They funded neo-Nazi squadrons in Ukraine to fight for nationalism in Ukraine against Russia. Other countries do the same. The Chinese do it too. They have this instigation in Tibet and Nepal, and they do the exact same thing. So yeah, this is how you destabilize countries, and the jackals are very good at it. To be honest, they do this all the time. You had it in Iraq. You had it in the past too. You had they actually brought the Baath Party of Saddam Hussein to power. Saddam Hussein literally lived in front of the previous guy who was in power, right? He received funding and things from the USA.
Well, the U.S. gave Saddam Hussein weapons of mass destruction after Reagan. I mean, like, we knew that he was going to use those weapons of mass destruction against who? Iran.
Yeah, against Iran. Yeah. The Americans needed them as a front against Iran in the Middle East.
We provided recently declassified documents, either last year or the year before, show that we provided intelligence information to Saddam Hussein after giving him weapons of mass destruction on where to find Iranian troops. So they wanted them to use those WMDs against, I think it was like poison gas or something like that. I forget what exactly it was. Sarin gas, I think it is. We provided that, and we wanted him to use that against Iranians. So, I mean, like, there's... Like, the U.S. has been going back and forth with Iran for a long time. And we've tried overthrowing Iranian leaders constantly for decades.
But remember also that the CIA provided a death list to Saddam. The CIA provided a list of 6,000 people and who were on the kill list. And when the Baath Party came to power, this is the 1950s. I think it's 59. He was on the payroll. And when the Baath Party came to power, 5,000 out of those 6,000 were killed. 5,000. And they were. These lists were created by the CIA with the help of Iraqi exiles. And it was also an Egyptian intelligence officer was involved. And Saddam Hussein back then was living in exile in Cairo in Egypt.
Right.
And the American agent who produced it was a guy called William McHale. If you guys want to look up about that.
Right, yeah. The thing is, like, the U.S. has been going back and forth, trying to invade Iran for years, and years ago, they were almost successful, and they do this with various countries. They kind of install a puppet, let him run for a few years, and then overthrow. You know, like, it's fucking insane. What exactly goes on with the whole U.S. regime change? But this time around, the Iranians have now reached the ability to create nuclear weapons. That is factual information. It's not just government hogwash or whatever you wish to use the word for it. Bullshit, I guess. But the Iranians have now achieved nuclear weapon capability. And I've been working on it for years. and the U.S. has been trying to stop them, and Israel has been trying to stop them. But the thing is, Israel and the U.S. both have nuclear weapons as well, so it's kind of hypocritical for them to say, "Yeah, you got to get rid of your nuclear weapons." They have them there as protection, but the whole incident that took place where Trump assassinated an Iranian general, that might escalate things with the U.S. Now, with the new presidency, maybe relations will improve. I don't know. But it kind of seems like the plan this year is war. Because I showed you that article about how NATO is waiting for Biden to get in because there was a situation with Iran that could explode at any moment. You remember that?
I've been reading up on that, and it's true. Yeah. The NATO was demanding a quick move from giving control to Biden over the NATO.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Soleimani was killed, but if they killed Soleimani because they want to. These people feed on fear, right? You introduce fear into a foreign government, into a foreign country, and if you put fear in their hearts, these people will want to have solutions from their government, and if their government doesn't provide it, they're going to revolt. So this is very powerful to use fear.
Yeah. Right. Now, the U.S. argument is, without evidence, is that Soleimani was commanding Al-Qaeda troops and all that. And you saw how Pompeo recently said that Iran and Al-Qaeda are working together, this and that, and all of these other things. And it doesn't make sense because one's Sunni and the other's Shiite. So what are they now no longer at war? The Sunnis and Shiites are no longer at war with each other as they've been for fucking decades. Like, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, hey, if Trump united the Sunnis and Shiites, I mean, he accomplished something that nobody has been able to accomplish before.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's religious differences, but yeah, no, I mean they've always had a standoff there, it's like since forever, and that is the same polarization they use everywhere, right? You have the polarization that's required. You need to always create two forces fighting each other till the death, and you then start.
Right.
Yeah, and effectively you start funding both sides, and then you have them fighting forever, and you run away with all the resources and the land and all these things. Right, it's just, and I mean now, but it's either going to be there or it's going to be at the Russian border, because we know Biden's obsession with the Ukraine and training these neo-Nazis too there. There's funding directly to neo-Nazi squadrons. I think it's a 50-50, or it could even be on both fronts. But I know they've been preparing at the Polish border already, so they're going to do something, because the biggest threat to the European Union and to United States economically is not Iran at all. It is the new Silicon Road project between China and Russia, which is a huge railroad.
This is continuation of the whole 5-year 7 countries plan that General Wesley Clark warned about in 2007, saying that after 9/11, a few weeks, he had discussed with top brass at the Pentagon that they had planned to invade 7 countries within 5 years, and the last country was Iran. There was other countries on there as well. Sudan was one of them, and I believe other African countries. But this is continuation of that.
I'm not sure if you're cutting off or if that's on my end.
No, I hiccuped. So I muted the mic.
You're professional.
Okay, so like I wanted to discuss before, Mohammad Mossadegh in 1951 and 1953 was removed from power in a coup organized and funded by the CIA and British secret intelligence services. MI6 or M16.
No,
No, it's
MI6. MI6. Don't
It is
worry.
MI6.
That's correct.
Yeah, M16 is I think James Bond.
Yeah, well, James
It's
Bond is based on that. James Bond is.
Right.
Ian Fleming was in Secret Service. So.
Right. Yeah. But I always get the two mixed up, M16 and MI6, because they're based off of it, but it's not. But there's a declassified document that I have here that I just pulled up that was made public in March of 2018, where it says that senior Iranian clerics received large sums of money from U.S. officials in the days leading up to the August 19th, 1953 overthrow of Prime Minister Mossadegh. And this is what's known as Operation Ajax. And Operation Ajax actually allowed for the rise of Iran's Ayatollahs in the Islamic Revolution in 1979. Without them doing that, they wouldn't have caused that revolution.
Oh, true.
However, the thing that a lot of people miss about that whole entire coup coup time period is that Mossadegh had actually nationalized Iranian oil and kicked the British out prior to that overthrow. And I think that was kind of really the real reasons that coup even happened, in my opinion. Now, what you got to understand is going from the Islamic Revolution in 1979 to what happened in 1981 when Reagan and the U.S. gave Saddam Hussein chemical weapons to attack Iran, and they basically sold Iraq numerous items that had both military and civilian applications, including poisonous chemicals and deadly biological viruses, which included anthrax and the bubonic plague. And then they gave them detailed information of Iranian forces in 1988, so it's about 7 years later. And they fed them this intelligence, knowingly knowing that they would deploy chemical weapons, according to a document that was published in 2018. Iraq also used mustard gas and sarin in the early 1980s in four major offensive conflicts with Iran. So the Iranians have a real reason to hate us because we literally gave Iraq weapons to use against them.
Yeah. But okay, so one important thing, what we have to realize is that the social media censorship and everything has very much to do with this too. Like after the previous wars, there was a lot of resistance. I mean, who doesn't know like the things like the quotes like 9/11 was an inside job at this point, right? Whether you believe in it or not, you've heard of it. The social media movements and the alternative media in that sense were very successful. And the last few years, it's been pushed down and destroyed in such a way that right now you only have like the big voices. They're all these are mostly controlled opposition. Like from the real we grassroots activists who have been around for a long time, we immediately smell this, right? We see these people from a distance, and the people who are actually getting censored, they're all being removed from play, and that happens when they're preparing for something big. They don't want people speaking out against this, because without public support, you are not going to do this. Like, even if you compare it against that whole Washington thing that happened lately, a few thousand people jumping into Washington and capturing some building. Yeah, but no real war, anti-war system. If millions march on the street, they're not going to stop it. So you go. So that's the thing. What they're doing now is cleaning up before it happens. That's what I feel about it.
Well, here's the thing: they divided the country to the point where there wouldn't be millions marching because everybody would be split. Like nobody can agree on anything, and you would think they would be able to agree against anti-war, but the way things are heading, I mean, I don't know, man. Like I've never seen. And I've studied history a long period of time, fucking years now, like at least 10 years, 15 years, whatever. And I've never seen a period in the U.S. where things have been as splintered as they are now. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring up was that in combination of the U.S. giving chemical weapons to Iran or to Iraq, right? At the same period of time, what were they doing in the 1980s, in the early or late 1980s? They were actually arming the Contras.
You mean Nicaragua situation?
Right.
They're convicted for that by the court in our country. They're convicted, but they never paid. They were convicted to pay repair payments to Nicaragua, but the Americans so far refused any of that. So, yeah.
Of course they did, because it was all an operation that was under George H.W. Bush. I mean, he was the one who headed that whole entire operation. I mean, that's not you're not going to read that in a newspaper or in history anywhere. But he was the one that was behind that. And it's so obvious, too, because I believe he was either a former CIA director or then later became a CIA director. One of the two.
The old Bush.
Right, senior.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. I just know this information because of Ted and how he told me that basically George H.W. Bush was running arms trafficking and or drug running operations during the 1980s as vice president, and he was never convicted for it or even named, besides by one reporter, Sandy Hume, I think her name was. Not 100% sure on that. Anyway, there was a female reporter that called him out on it, and had also called out Bill Clinton and everything at the time. The thing is, like, they were both running drug smuggling operations. Clinton in Arkansas, and Bush running operations compartmentalized using BCCI.
Pakistani bank.
Yes, and with Bill Casey? Let me try to remember for a second there. It was yes. It was Bill Casey, the CIA director. I wanted to make sure I didn't mix up Bill Casey and William Colby.
Just to confirm that you're right about Bush. I mean, he was in January 1976 by Ford. He brought Bush back to Washington to become the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The director of Central Intelligence, DCI, placing him in charge of the CIA. So that was January 1976.
Yeah. So then he was previously a CIA director, and then he went into vice presidency, and because he was connected into the CIA, what they believed is that they could run covert operations by using illicit funds that were smuggled through BCCI Bank and BNL. And by the way, William Barr is the guy who shut down both investigations into BCCI and BNL. So everything that was going on, like during Iran-Contra, that was all under Bush. That was basically Bush's doing. He was well aware of everything that was going on. He was the guy who was giving Oliver North orders. Or, no, he might not have been the guy who was giving Oliver North orders. There was somebody above Oliver North, and then Bush was giving orders to that guy, and he was giving it to Oliver North. It was whoever the defense secretary was at the time. They were all involved in these illicit operations that were going on, and they kind of they justified it because of that they wanted to fight back against and help the Nicaraguas against the whole Iran-Contra situation. So that's kind of what's been going on with Iran, and this has been going on for decades now, with the U.S. and Iran kind of playing.
Yeah,
games.
but then talk about the Stuxnet event, for example. That was kind of like a trigger event in the U.S. where in Iran, where they hacked into the Iranian nuclear program, and the Iranian nuclear program used Swedish materials, and so I wanted to talk about that too, because that I am convinced it was not just a Mossad operation. I think it was also done by the NSA, called by a group called Tailored Access Operations, TAO. This is that is a code called S32 in the NSA. That is their squad number, and they're involved.
I gotta go though. I gotta go for a meeting. But we can pick this back up, and we can jump back on this after probably an hour, maybe 2.
Yeah, we'll push part 2 in an hour or maybe 2, and then we'll go in depth about this, because this is very important to mention that many of the operations, war operations, are digital now too, and especially And I want to talk about the Stuxnet situation too, because that was for me very interesting. You know, I've seen the source code of the Stuxnet and everything, and it is pretty clear what is behind that. So I want to discuss that too.
Yeah, I got to jump off right now. I got to get actually
go on the stuff you have to do.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon.
2 hours. Okay. So, he doesn't want to talk about the CIA. I mean, about the NSA. Of course, he wants to. In 2 hours, we will talk a lot more about the NSA. Can talk a bit about that now if you guys want. But so we have like in the NSA, there is it's a huge group. It's far bigger than like than the Mossad, for example. But the Mossad is way more specialized. I mean, in the CIA you have a thing called Signals Intelligence Directorate, and it has like a lot of divisions. Like you have S2G, you have S2H that focuses on Russia, you have S2A that focuses on South Asia, you have S2D focusing on counterintelligence. You have tailored access operations, like I said, TAO, that is responsible for hacking. You have S35 that is involved with the PRISM and with Fairview, for example. Many people know about Fairview. Special source operations. Fairview is data collecting system. So you have a lot of things there where most intelligence groups are only focused on a few things. The NSA is like an entire different army, and especially under George W. Bush, it became very, very big. Even under George W. Bush, they created the President's Surveillance Program (PSP), that literally analyzes metadata all day long. But if you look at Fairview, it has cables going underwater. Even there's 9 cable landing points and 7 more planned. It has it is insane in that sense. The NSA has powers called they have an attack suite. It's called Quantum. Quantum is capable of cloning web traffic. They have a program called Fox Acid that is part of Quantum, and Fox Acid is capable to hack into Facebook, Twitter, Gmail, Yahoo, YouTube. Hotmail, LinkedIn. They even have a hack into Alibaba forum users. They work together with a group called GCHQ, and their collaboration is called Muscular. They are also they are capable of attacking Google services. So in that sense, this is a very smart attack they're doing. It uses like a hijacked internet router, and it duplicates internet traffic, HTTP requests, and they will be forwarded to the NSA. And then the Fox asset sends back exploits, and they run in the web browser, and then it happens before the actual destination can respond, so there is no defense against it. They work with spear phishing methods, even the easy to use spear phishing methods. They put in the spear phishing. You click on a link and your browser is exploited with either a virus, if you're talking about Windows, or like rootkits. You have for Windows you have Olympus Fire, for example, is a tool. So yeah, I like to talk about the NSA. They have a lot of stuff to talk about. Yeah, I just have to remember it, and you have to note some things down. So I'm cheating a bit too. Don't worry. But yeah, we will in 2 hours from now. I need others on to discuss this, because otherwise I keep ranting forever and forever about this stuff. And I know a lot more than this, but it will be super boring for you guys. So. If you have any questions, put it in the YouTube. You can dump it in the YouTube. It's no problem. Ask anything. I know, Mad Mom. I have these rants. I can't stop about it. Oh no. Okay, so Astra. That is what AK knows more about. Astra was one of the people. Astra Cohen was one of the people early involved with Q. I know Q was initially discussed in a Discord server between Microchip, Dreamcatcher, and one more person I forgot for now. I think it's 0 Hour 1. They discussed cloning FBI Anon on like the old FBI Anon meme on 4chan. Many of us who've been around for a few years know FBI Anon leaks. Used to get a lot of attention. People really liked it because he claimed to be in the FBI and leak internal stuff, right? So they wanted to use that and then create a new person with Q clearance, right? So-called. That is nuclear clearance is what it means in the US, I think. So yeah, that's to give it some kind of credibility. And the first leak they did was actually they contained pictures of inside Air Force One. That's how they got legitimacy, because he photographed a chair in Air Force One with the chair color and everything. Now I know Microchip. He's a big botnet herder. He's kind of a famous hacker, and Microchip used to be on Twitter with lots and lots of Twitter bots. And when there was a discussion, there would be a discussion he wouldn't agree with, he would just raid the discussion with his bots, and he would steer any conversation, right? So he had very well functioning thing. So they brought him in, and I personally saw when we were first dealing with QAnon, and we brought out a message against them and stuff, and we like instigated a fight with them to make sure we wanted to expose them. Immediately our paths were raided. I saw them create a new YouTube account, and in one day they had 250,000 subscribers, and their videos had like 300,000 or more views on their videos in one day. And that's when I realized they were using artificial methods, very efficient, and these were very large botnets. So that is what they did. I received messages saying people, yeah, you can't touch this because there are some old crews involved and you guys have to stay away, and they They were very threatening. In the end, yeah, they exposed themselves as always, as it always goes, right? So, but most of that theory is based on Luther Blissett books. The book called Q, Luther Blissett. It is a revolution manual. It's written by 3 Italian authors who are now called the Wu Ming Foundation. That means Wu Ming is the Chinese word for anonymous. It is literally translates into anonymous in China. They all hide behind the name Luther Blissett, and it is about a guy who is present at all the local revolutions in Europe, the French Revolution and all these things, and he fights with a guy called Q, and Q works for the Vatican, and he's a Vatican agent, and they fight each other the whole time in an attempt to expose each other. And Q translates into Kohelet. Kohelet means the preacher or the priest or the prophet. He brings out releases, like prophecies, right? That's what Q does. And the other figure, which is an anonymous figure too, he's the main character in the books. They fight each other. They're like two opposite ends of the thing. Their whole war is between exposing each other. So that's pretty much that's what Q is about. The book's Q. It was popular in Europe. On the front page you see a dancing skeleton making music. It's kind of like, this is the music of pulling people into death, right? Yeah, if you think about all the connotations behind it, all the hidden information and what they use, it is disturbing. It's obviously, to me, it's obviously the intelligence is involved with it. Yeah. So that about Q. And what else is it? Palantir. Yeah, okay, so Palantir and H.B. Gary back then wanted to discredit WikiLeaks by injecting fake information into the WikiLeaks platform. That was their goal. Interesting to see that Q was also affiliating with WikiLeaks, claiming they supported WikiLeaks, and they were injecting it with fake information about Julian. They were infecting the movement, effectively also cloning it a bit, in the sense that they were also having their so-called whistleblower, and that whistleblower was mixing real information with fake information, right? And that is how you do it. You push something that is real, right? That's what Q does, but that's what intelligence does. So you push something that is real. People know it is real, right? And they will affiliate with your movement. They will believe you, and they will run with you. But you mix it in with the fake stuff, right? You mix it in with theories and occult behavior. You mix it in with things which are obviously fake, and which sometimes they're not obviously fake, but they will turn out fake in the end. And that's how you discredit the actual truth you've also been pushing. That is very important. Like, you have a lot of so-called truth bringers on the left and on the right who are not bringing you truth. They're bringing you part of the truth, and that part of the truth that can be proven in any court. It is so the evidence is so strong it can be proven in any court. But they're mixing it in with the fake stuff, and it's like you fill this whole bucket of water, and in the end you piss in it. That is how simple it is, and it becomes all toxic. Everything becomes toxic, and no judge is going to want to touch it. No serious scientist wants to touch it. No one, even though they would be willing to touch the rest of it. So that's how you do it. That is very, very smart to do. And the controlled opposition does it all the time, like on the left and on the right. They do it all the time. You have the fake dissidents in the Democrat side in the U.S. and the fake dissidents in the Republican side, and they will tell you some truth. Yeah, they will say like, yeah, we exposed this Biden and his criminal establishment and whatever. But they will then push something that is either partisan or unreliable, and you follow that stuff, and you're let back into the whole illusion, That's how they keep you in. And we also call this a gatekeeper, right? So you guard the gates. You repeat what the general public says. You repeat it a few times, and you say like, "Come to me. I'm here at the gate. You come to me. Let's discuss this. You're right about everything. Here is some more information. But wait, look, that tree there is burning. Go. That is the big issue. Go run to the tree because it's burning. Right? That's my information. The burning is. So you lead the people away from the gate again. Right? They will never be allowed behind that gate. They will be. They will guard this gate, and they will not let you in it. They will repeat your stuff. They will talk to you in front of the gate. They will say, "Yeah, you're right. Masks do not protect you against corona." Or they will say like, "Yeah, it's true. They want a digital money system." But the second you get into solutions, or you want to expose these people behind it, they will point you to something else, and they will say like, "Run to this tree. It is burning," and they will protect this gate at all cost. Yeah. So that's how you do it, right? So it is for people who've been around for a while. For us, it's easy to see it, and doesn't make us smarter than anyone else. It is just easy. We've seen it so much in the past. I would organize protests, and there were always people showing up, and they would go. They would contact, and they say like, "Yeah, I know someone who can print flyers for you guys, and I know someone who has contacts with journalists. Right? I can get you on air, on a show, on a journalist thing, and we will amplify you, and we will because we support you, fully support you." And then when the event happened, suddenly all the media would only interview them, not the actual people, and they would give up a totally different message than we wanted to give. Right? They will give this controlled message, and that's one thing. And then you have the state medias doing the same thing now. You have state medias jumping in the so-called activist world, pretending to be on our side, but they're not on our side. You have like this example I saw an example of Stella Morris posting about how Assange was being mistreated. We all agree he's being mistreated. Then literally below it, I saw some Chinese affiliated, government affiliated guy replying saying, "This is torture. This is torture." And I had to contain myself from like raging at this person, like, "Look what you're doing to these millions of Uyghur Muslims in these camps, torturing them, or taking the organs out of the Falun Gong people and selling them on the market. This is what you are doing in China. You have no right to speak." And the same I see with the Russians, like RT, complaining about the treatment of Julian, which to me is disgusting when they do it, even though they provide an outlet to certain people. It's disgusting that they are even involved, judging that in the last 10 years 58 journalists were killed in that country. And there's certain people we know and worked with who were jailed. I'll think about people like Pussy Riot, or think about them poisoning people who are dissidents, right? They openly do it. So what they do is the establishment attaches themselves to you, leads you astray, manipulates public opinion, tries to walk on front. They also try to be the biggest voice, always. They're not though, I mean, but they want. Yeah, Mad Mom, you can just ask whatever questions. I'm going to like no, and I couldn't keep myself quiet. No, Mad Mom. I just like, but I had to because it was Stella's post, and if I would have made the post and the person would reply below it, I would have raged at. But no, I have to contain myself these days. It's no longer like 10 years ago. It would be different. We would go full all in. To ask more. Drops directly from Vault 7. WikiLeaks exposed a lot about Vault 7 if you want to read more about that. Let's see. I'm reading through the chat for you guys. I'm going to just answer some questions because we always rant a lot and talk a lot on on this show, but maybe we should. I can do like 30 minutes or something more of doing this answering questions. You ask anything. I will reply anything. Yeah, okay, so the vaccinations, whether legit or not, the goal is to have a vaccine thing on your passports. They will put in a chip in your passport or a tag that says you are vaccinated, and if you are vaccinated you have free travel like everyone else. If you don't have free travel. Digitalization of the money system is a goal. They want to replace fiat currencies. This was already said by Christine Lagarde 2 years ago, and she said, I want to abolish the euro currency and replace it with digital currency, and that it will probably be something like Bitcoin or whatever, which is the future globalist coin, right? Let's see. I don't know why I sound like Count Dracula unrestrained. I mean, I have an accent. I can't help it. Yeah. So, yeah, the digital ID, a social scoring, social credit system. Exactly. That is what they're going to do in China. That's what they want, right? You have when you abolish fiat currency and you replace everything with digital currency, then you give full power to the people who will run that digital currency. Whether it is to simply pushing you to zero, like setting your bank account to zero, or to just turn off the electricity for you, right? If you turn off the electricity, there is no more Bitcoin, right? It's all gone. So that gives complete control to the people in power, and like you that's just a risk you have. That is, I'm not a big fan of fiat currency. It has been abused since forever. But that's the same people who have been abusing it since forever are also the ones providing the solutions. You have to realize that. We don't provide the solutions. The people who are abusing the system, they provide the solutions. They create the problem, they provide the solution. Oh yeah, and what is in the vaccines? I don't know, there are different vaccines. I'm not a medical specialist in that sense. I do know that if you've... okay, so there are 7 so-called coronaviruses. The first one was discovered in the 1960s. It causes the common cold, right? They have been trying to find a so-called vaccine or a medicine against this since the 1960s. And the fact that now you have this pandemic thing, and then suddenly they have, 8 different vaccines already now in less than a year. Okay, that does make me question about like how reliable is it, and how reliable, like, I know we will be deleted if I say don't take a vaccine or whatever, but you have to realize it is a little fast. It is the long-term effects have not been checked. It's not tested. We don't know what happens when you take it 10 years from now. I'm sorry, you can. I think any medical professor would agree with that. We don't know what happens if you take it 10 years from now. You don't know because it's not tested. So yeah. So Petrolhead says neuro problems. Now I'm going to say. We had an HPV vaccine for young girls in my country a few years ago. There was a vaccine that was released against HPV. Now everyone was being mass vaccinated, all the girls. But there were some critics too, and some girls developed narcolepsy. They suddenly started to fall asleep without a reason. And now this narcolepsy has been reported everywhere. So yeah, that's a thing, for example. Yeah, and HPV does cause cancer in the end, so it is it's smart if you would take it, and if it would be a safe vaccine, it is smart to take it, but it does cause side effects, right? And mRNA, yeah, we don't know what the end effects are. So you have to be critical of it, and you have to actually do some research before you just jump onto it. And I'm not going to say don't take it or take it, because that is simply in this time is illegal to say. So just saying, we already lost 2 episodes, but you can hear in my voice what I actually mean. So yeah. So yeah, any other questions? Welcome. I'm going to do like 30 minutes more or so, and then I'll just wait till the others are back for a part 2. Yeah, if that is true, if you get a regular checkup, you should be fine, right? Yeah. So HPV is a virus. It exists, I think, in 80% in the Western world. 80% of young girls have HPV. I didn't know that it was a wide range of viruses and that it's just classified under HPV. I didn't know that. But that is, I'm not a doctor, right? I mean, I know about tech stuff and about politics and money system. Yeah. So the question is, where to from here? Well, I believe in a paradigm shift, non-violent revolution. That means education protocols, and that is why I created this show, to educate. Even though we are not all professors, we attempt to educate with the information we found ourselves, and all the information I give you on here, I know for a fact that I researched it, and I know I'm not giving you any bullshit. And if I don't know anything about it, I will say I don't know it, and I'm not sure about it. Okay, so I'm going to mention it, Petrolhead. Check out Dr. Richard Fleming and Dr. Kevin McCarran. They're both on PooTube. Hey, we're on PooTube. It's not PooTube, it's YouTube. Yeah, we should be aware of grifters, babe. Yeah. Wasn't going to go there, but we should. Well, there's a thing like go when you mention the word grifters, or you mention the people. Okay, so there are certain people who are inside a resistance movement who don't have as an only goal to resist against oppression. They have other motivations too. Whether that is grifting, they want to make money, or whether that is they're partisan and they want to make their own party bigger. Whether they are working for a foreign state, that happens too, and they hate what goes on in a certain area of the world, but they will never say anything about their own state, even though their own state is maybe a lot worse. But yeah, of course, there are people who have other motivations than to just resist. There are people asking for money. They say like, yeah, you pay us money and we will have the solution for you. Pay us a monthly fee. Whatever. It doesn't have to be like that. Yeah, so that's the resistors, and they still repeat the establishment talking points. Like, okay, so they will tell you all the stuff about what is wrong with one side of politics. They will say like, it is all so bad, but vote for the other party because he's still better than the one I'm talking about, right? So in this case, vote Biden, he's better than Trump. Or wear a mask while calling for no fascism. Yeah. You don't always have to pick the lesser of evils. You can also discuss other solutions instead of picking the lesser of evils. And when you keep... Okay, there is this saying, he who picks his own masters declares himself to be a slave. So you pick your own masters, and that's you declare yourself to be a slave if you pick your own masters. And that's very yeah. Honestly, Sandra, the word fascism, you can replace it with authoritarianism, I think, because the fascist ideology under Mussolini in Italy is in that sense is not really, that's an economic system more than just a control system. It's an economic thing, and I know it should be called pick your master. That's how I feel about it. You select your master. You say, this is my master. I choose my master. As a slave, I walk to this master. I am his or her slave. Do you even agree with what this person says? It is, I would say you have a war between authoritarians and libertarians. You have those who believe in, and I'm not talking about the political movement called libertarians. I'm talking about people who believe in more authority as a solution, as a to stop crime or whatever, or to run things. They want more authority. And you have those who want more liberty, those who want more freedoms, and say, like, I want a smaller government, I want more freedom. In fact, maybe I don't even want a government at all. I want direct democracy, whatever. I want free speech. People who want less authority. And there's people who want more authority, say, like, ban hate speech, ban everything that is like a threat to our society, that opens a discussion we don't want. You have those two sides. And then second to that, you have those who believe in hierarchy and those who believe in no hierarchy. So you have those thinkers who believe that there has to be a hierarchy, that there has to be celebrities, influencers, politicians, and that we regard them as higher than the rest, or the rich, the bankers, that we regard them as higher than the rest. Those are the hierarchical thinkers, right? They believe that in hierarchy, a pyramid is the solution, and if you want to be with those people, that's the end result you will get in our society. But we also have the no hierarchy people, the so-called anarchists. Like anarchy means no hierarchy, right? You have the monarchy, that means one leader. You have the oligarchy. You have the simple concept of hierarchy, and you have anarchy, where it does not exist, right? And if you want a pure equality, where everyone is the self-determination, and where there is no one is better than the other. We don't use the word special, or we don't use the word prominent, right? We don't use these words because we are essentially believe everyone is equal, right? We don't judge people on how much money they have or how much influence they have. This is a way of thinking, and a solution will be to change a paradigm, the way people think. Do they still think in the old way? Do they want the hierarchy? Do they want the authority, saying the highest in the hierarchy is the authority, decides what you are allowed to know, decides what you are allowed to do, decides what you make, what you earn if you work, decides that a police officer earns more than someone who cleans windows. So there is this thing. So long ago, like in the 1950s, people had they had their toilets outdoors, right? Outdoors, they had these little these toilets were outside of the house, and people would go to the bathroom outside of the house, and it had like this big jar below it, and it would be filled with all your excrements, right? And once in a week or something, someone would come to all these houses and clean these things up, replace them with a new one, right? So when he would do it with doctors and with all these others, and all these people were so rich and they make such a lot of money, right? And then you ask the question, like, why didn't this person earn a little bit more, right? And the argument behind that is, if this person would not do his job, all these rich doctors and everyone would be sitting in their shit all day, right? That's how simple it is. So is there really the concept of an hierarchy, or is there a functionalism? Is there do you show respect to people who earn a little less but who do important work too? People who pave the streets and have their whole bodies destroyed at the age of 50, but build the streets you drive your cars on. Why is their work less important than that of a lawyer or whatever, who probably never paved any street, never built any house, right? That's what you have to think about too. And the politician, what does the politician do for you? Does the politician clean your windows? Does the politician help you with your computer problems, right? You have to think about, are you a hierarchical thinker, or do you believe everyone is equal and everyone can do what he or she is good at, right? That's the thing, and you do the work that is based on your own capabilities. And yeah, how do you call people who openly side and defend Hitler and his policies as good? Yeah, I don't know, neo-Nazis, I guess. Pretty much sure that those are neo-Nazis. I'm not sure if these people even understand what National Socialism was about, but they're neo-Nazis. Yeah. Yeah, and the world would collapse without the little guys, because that is who built the world. The little girls, the little guys built the world. It is not the tiny elite. It is not the celebrities who know how to manipulate people in some video, right? It's not those people. No. It's the people, the carpenters, the people who cut the trees. It's the people who mine the actual metals used. There's the people, the farmers who produce the food. There is a lot of There are a lot of things going on, and people are get a very little respect for that. Sometimes. Soon as money is valueless, those with the tools will be the richest people on the planet if they know how to use them. Yeah, exactly. Your skills will decide what is going on. Someone said the other day that we didn't bring Nazi scientists here. Yeah, well, it's called Operation Paperclip. Brought a few thousand Nazi scientists to the USA. A few thousand went to Russia. You had Werner von Braun, who was the famous builder of the V2 rocket. These V2 rockets were launched at London, killed 10,000 of people in London. V2 rockets became the basis for what you now call the space shuttle. If you look at the old pictures of NASA scientists, you can find them. Find group pictures of NASA scientists, and look for those who have the scars in their face. I'm saying like randomly look for scars, but those with the scars in their face, they got them from being involved with fencing. The high-level Nazi scientists all had one hobby, it's called fencing. And that's why they all have scars in their face. They used to hit each other really hard. You see many of them. Just find the old pictures. You see the really important scientists have the scars. Well, Werner von Braun was an inventor, and he created the space shuttle for the USA. And in that sense, one would argue that not the best space scientists did not go. Best rocket scientists did not go to the USA. They went to Russia. And also one other thing to say about that, the AK-47, which is the most used gun in wars, killed most people in the entire history in war. The AK-47 was created by Kalashnikov in Russia, but is based on a prototype design found in Nazi Germany when the Germans invaded or conquered or freed Germany. They got those prototype designs, and they built that automatic machine gun called the AK-47, and so in that sense Nazi guns are still killing people. It costs like $25 to make. Yeah. Anything you want to say, you guys? Just I'm basing this entire thing on the chat. Something else. Sec Pompeo just issued visa bans for election interference from Tanzania. I don't know anything about that, but it's kind of weird. Why specifically Tanzania, right? Why do it after the elections too? Oh, yeah. So Gaza and Yemen, yeah. So Yemen, yeah, we can't forget about Yemen. Don't forget about Yemen. Yemen is still facing a horrible situation, and there are people on the ground doing local fundraisers for that. I never share any fundraisers. The only fundraisers I share are those for Yemen, because I know these people, and they actually literally every single every single cent they make goes to food, and they deliver it themselves to these people. And I've seen it. There are people. They run GoFundMe's for the biggest bullshit. But these people run GoFundMe's, make like $500 in a few months, and these $500 in a few months go directly to Yemen people. So that's the difference, right? Yeah, Yemen that is constantly under threat by Arab and by other imperialist forces. Local people are victims. Children without food, right? There are literally at this moment there are children without food. You're talking about hundred thousands of children who don't have enough to eat. If you see these pictures of it, you'll never sleep again, honestly. Yeah, that's also the only fundraisers I share are Yemen and Foyas for Julian. Yeah, we're gonna. Stefania Morici does the Foya requests, and it's just expensive for her to do that sometimes. So. Yeah. Yeah, AK-47 is the most used guns in war. It kills so many people. In the Vietnam War too, it was used so much from the other side. And I have a friend. He was in the Dutch military, and he actually did tests with that stuff. And he said like the AK-47 is special because even if you have sand in it or you have it underwater, it still fires after that. So it's really a gun for mass killing, with targeted operations. Okay, AK just messaged me. Okay, maybe he will be back, I don't know. Yeah, I know. These fundraisers, yeah, it's disgusting to me. Like I said, the fundraisers I do is for Yemen and for some stuff for Julian. For the rest, I ignore everything. It is. I'm not going to like speak out against it or whatever. They have to do their own stuff, but I don't have to share it. It is no. It is not an obligation. I share only for the people who really need it. And I can tell you this: the people, Nepalese guys, they wanted to promote their Milmask March. There were a group of young people. They had to save up for a week together to earn $5 to get an internet package to talk for 30 minutes on our show, right? It took them a week to gather this money, and they went to like family in their city to get the money together to 30 minutes on air package. And that is just, you have to think outside of the box, guys. Like, we aren't alone. It isn't just, you aren't just in the US where you make a lot of money. You make 30,000-40,000 a month, a year on average, right? You make a lot of money, but there's people in other countries, they don't make a lot of money. There's a lot of poverty in the world, and for us, maybe $10 is not so much. For other people in the world, $10 is like really a lot. I've seen in some place in Africa it costs 24 cents to sleep in a hotel. Yeah, Mad Mom, it's real. It's real. 30 minutes of internet package. You have to save up for it. You can hear these Nepalese guys back. They were on our show, and they had to save up for it. And that is the reason why I don't share fundraisers very easily. I share it only for those who really, really need it, and those are the people in Yemen, in Palestine, right? Because in Palestine, there's people who are facing real trouble. I know people who put in solar panels in Palestine, and then these solar panels get hijacked by some oppressive fucking government, right? And these people, they put solar panels on the ground for these Palestinians, and they try to give them some energy, because energy is very important. You can do a lot with it. You can communicate. You can use it to communicate. You can use it to power your house, to clean water. You can do so much with energy, and those are crucial things. So like I said, I don't share any fundraisers except Yemen, and they stole their solar panels, Mad Mom. That is what they did in their faces. And these solar panels were provided by Dutch activists in Palestine. They were paid for, and the Israeli government stole the solar panels from the Dutch. Yeah, and they did that, and it was of course, there's protest against it, but we can't do much about it. This is one of the most powerful armies in the world. You have to understand that. We don't have any. We don't even have an army. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, I know it makes people angry, and you want to do something about it, like be violent. But you play in the hands of the establishment when you are violent. It's the only thing they understand, to wage a war. So what we can do is educate. That's what we can do. We can educate. If people are aware, they can make good choices for themselves, create alternative solutions, create alternative groups, find solutions. You can work together on on solutions. No more questions, however. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you can just do it, Mad Mom. Make the legal papers. It is the non-violent. You're allowed to. There's no problem. I was saying we stick. If people want to know more about Yemen, you go to social media, Twitter, whatever. You type in Yemen as a hashtag, or don't forget about Yemen as a hashtag. Palestine is obviously like Free Palestine, and these hashtags you'll find a lot of. A live watch, man. Say whatever you want to say. You can also jump on if you want. I mean, whatever. So give one or two more subjects I can talk about, and then I'll take a break for an hour, and then see if the others come back on, and then What was that? You guys wanted to hear about Fault 8, right? Yeah. Okay. Is that what you guys want to hear, or not, or what? Yeah, so CIA malware, yeah. Okay, so like I said before, when I mentioned the different NSA programs, right? The CIA has its own programs on that. They create malware, they use 0 days, but you have to also imagine that tech, or even the CPU makers like Intel or AMD, they provide 0 days to the establishment, and the establishment can use those to get into systems. Not always, though. I mean, for some things they do use certain brute force methods, or they use other techniques to get into things. But there are many agreements they have with, especially the big tech. You have talk about Facebook, Instagram, Google, Twitter. They all have deals with those people. They can read whatever you say on these platforms. They can watch whatever video you do on there, whatever audio you do on there. Your private conversations are all open. Just you have to just understand that. So in that sense, there isn't much what they have to do to get in. It's like what Julian Assange also said. Facebook is the biggest surveillance program there is. Yeah, because it has most users, right? And yeah, Facebook. It was before 2004. It was called LifeLog. It was created by DARPA. The day LifeLog stopped, the exact same day Facebook was launched. Zuckerberg became rich over it, but Zuckerberg obviously was not the designer or the launcher of that. He's the yeah. No, you have zero privacy. If you're on the big networks, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, all these things are controlled. They can read everything you do, and especially the things you want to keep secret. Those are the most interesting for them. So if you open a private conversation with someone, that's more interesting than what you post publicly. Because what you post publicly, you call that in surveillance, you call that OSINT, open source intelligence, and that means simply what you publish yourself to whatever place. You sign a terms and condition with social media, right? And that says whatever you publish there is public, right? It is public information. That means that the police or the feds no longer have to question you to get this information. They don't need a warrant to get it. They can get it because you publish it voluntarily to them. They don't need a warrant for it, right? Now in the past you needed a warrant, like even before the internet. No, they didn't know anything about you. They would get a warrant on suspicions. They would kick in your door and ask you all kind of questions, right? But these questions now you already answer to them with using publishing to your social media, open source intelligence, right? So that's the thing. Yeah. What is the best country to live in for privacy freedom? Well, says Sweden. Yeah, well, Sweden doesn't have a good record, especially with the Assange case at this point. But in the past, Sweden was a great country, especially before Anakata was arrested. Netherlands for press freedom is pretty high on the list, but obviously the countries like Sweden where there was a lot of freedom, those are also the most heavily targeted by the establishment. So the countries that are like number one on freedom are always they always fight you exactly on the front where they want to where they can fight you, where they have to fight you, right? They will hit you hardest. And Sweden was a really good country, and that's why they hit Sweden really hard on the Assange thing. They pretty much enslaved the Swedish government. Yeah, Netherlands has some problems. But there are political parties who are against that situation. It has to wait till the elections in March. I will cover the elections in March, by the way. The government in Netherlands stepped down due to a huge corruption scandal. They call this the toeslagenaffaire. That means so certain people who were they should be given subsidies, did not get the subsidies due to automatically or being tagged as frauds, and they were not receiving their subsidies, and that was became a big scandal. These people were like very poor people, and they were wrongly called frauds, and they were not getting their subsidies, and so all these moms and all these people were all resisting, and then they exposed that it was a huge corruption scandal behind the scenes, and then the entire government was gone. So the entire government went away, and we don't have a government right now. There's elections in early March, so I will cover these elections in early March. So that sense you will hear it. Yeah, it's a huge corruption scandal, whatever. It didn't even have to do with the COVID stuff. It had to do with subsidies. We knew it was going on for years. It cost years and years to expose. Like many journalists were on it, and good journalists were on it, and they exposed it together. So, yeah.
Right. I'm not sure what you're talking about, so I can't add to it.
Yeah, our Dutch government stepped down because there was like a huge corruption scandal, and we had like many journalists pushing on it and writing about it, and luckily in that sense we still have kind of like a free press. This is I told you about those. Did we discuss this on air about those lobby groups in The Hague? There are 400 lobby groups in our country in The Hague, and they all are lobbying for stuff at our politics, right? Then there was this group of journalists who created a fake lobby group, and they started lobbying for these super weird things, and some political parties were actually falling for it, and they started mentioning this stuff.
What did they try to lobby for? That sounds hilarious. It's like.
Yeah, there is this. This is on YouTube still.
For cows, I don't know. Like,
yeah, super weird stuff. Yeah, like random stuff they were saying. They were, but there were certain parties, even like big ones, they were falling for it. I know, Mad Mom. I sent time.
I'm just trying to prove a point, saying that lobbying has gone out of control, and all these politicians are just basically going to take money. To pass whatever the hell we want, like.
Yeah. So you guys notice AK is back. He maybe knows some other stuff that I don't know, but I've been keeping them busy. By the way, while you were away, I got like lots of questions in the chat. I was just answering as well as I could.
What, in regards to Iran?
No, lots of stuff. I talked about the NSA.
What you wanted to know about the NSA's involvement with Stuxnet. Give me 1 second here.
Stuxnet is a good specific example. Yeah. We know the Mossadegh was involved.
We know that in 2012 or 2011 that Pakistan had a full blackout because of the NSA and their NSA tool. You remember Snowden said that, right?
Yeah.
Now, there was a recent blackout in Iran, right?
Yeah, you're right. And that was, let me see. Snowden came with, he had his top secret NSA documents, so to speak. And let's see, everyone with a TS SCI clearance had access to it. And he was responsible himself for moving accidentally misplaced documents to safer storage locations.
Right. Now, going back to Stuxnet and everything that basically took place, actually, the first couple months in office, Obama secretly ordered attacks on computer systems in Iran that were connected to their nuclear enrichment facilities. And so it's not just the Mossad, it was also the US, and that's through the NSA. I can almost guarantee it. I used to have more information on it. I don't fully remember names to look it up, but it was done through the NSA.
I just know there was there were tags placed in the source code, right? So in the source code you could find traces to whether these are placed by them or placed on purpose to point us in the wrong direction. That I don't know.
No, yeah, it was Obama in his first couple of months in office who ordered the attacks on Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, and also under Bush around 2009, when Stuxnet, started infecting unintended targets, and it eventually compromised the secrecy of the entire covert operation, which revealed it. You remember that? It was later reported in 2013 that the discovery of early Stuxnet software showed that a worm was in development no later than November of 2005, almost 2 years earlier than had been previously thought. So in 2004, they were probably planning the development, and then in 2005 they started the development. And according to a BuzzFeed article, the more aggressive version of Stuxnet was released by Israeli personnel on many U.S. counterparts. So they actually accidentally leaked Stuxnet on U.S. counterparts. And the secrecy of the operation was actually known as Nitro Zeus. If you remember that whole thing that took place of the operation. Now, a lot of people forget this, but remember that years later there was a fraudulent evidence attempt to implant fake documents that showed that Iran had nuclear weapons that whistleblower Jeffrey Sterling actually exposed, detailing the plot, which was named Operation Merlin, and this was by the CIA to forge evidence for military action in the early 2000s. And this plan involved a disaffected Russian scientist, codenamed Merlin, and it was basically a false flag operation to garner support for Congress for war.
Yeah, I know. So real quick, why I was saying like Stuxnet had connections with the NSA, it's because like officially it's made by this group called the Equation Group, right? And that,
right.
That's known. That's an advanced persistent threat, is how you call it, in security, and that is existing, and that is linked directly to the NSA.
Right, it's one of their coder groups, right?
Yeah, and it was okay. So that is called a collaboration called Gossip Girl, actually, and that was leaked from classified CSA slides. And Gossip Girl is a cooperative umbrella that includes Equation Group, Flame, Dooku, and Flower Shop, also known as Cheshire Cat.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. And yeah, in regards to the NSA groups and stuff like that, there's way fucking more than that. There's tons. But it's so funny to think about what names they use for these operations. Gossip Girl.
Yeah, that's called Gossip Girl, literally. Yeah,
I know, but that's legitimately the name that they had for it. But it's just funny because it's like they try to choose these like inconspicuous names for things.
Yeah. And yeah. Now go ahead.
Going back to Jeffrey Sterling, it's important to note for our listeners that He ended up facing years in prison for revealing this treasonous plot to spin the American people into another perpetual war. And he revealed that their dark secret, that they were trying to put us into a war with a false flag. And this was under the Obama administration. So you have the Obama administration 2 different times, once with this fake evidence of Iran and nuclear weapons, and again with hacking into Obama ordering the attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. And I think they repurposed Stuxnet under the Obama administration and attacked Iran during that time period. Unless that was, I don't fully remember when Stuxnet happened. But anyway, if you remember, back in 2018 or 19, we had Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran had nuclear weapons, and he presented new and conclusive proof during a huge press event and everything, saying that Iran was getting ready to bomb Israel and all this and everything that was going on at the time. Now, just like when the Iranian Mossadegh nationalized oil and basically took away oil connections from the British back in the 1950s, Iran just recently dropped the U.S. dollar in 2018 in exchange for the euro in foreign transactions. Now that's a huge deal because they're no longer using the U.S. dollar for any transaction.
True.
Which, when the U.S. sees that a country is basically trying to get rid of them as their world reserve hegemony. There's usually a invasion of a country. Now I can prove this in multiple different ways.
Well, Gaddafi is a good example.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was going to go into first Gaddafi, and then I was going to go elsewhere. It's very interesting that Muammar Gaddafi had a speech to the UN to replace the U.S. dollar in African nations with a gold African dinar. That's a very true thing. A lot of people think that that's all conspiracy theory, that's all bullshit. No, it's fact. He went in front of the UN and said this, right? Now, if you use that in contrast to what Iran did, Iran has been the past couple of years preparing to defy central banks and moving towards testing an experimental Iranian fiat cryptocurrency and banning the U.S. dollar at the same time for trade, while shifting its fiat interactions to the euro instead of the U.S. dollar. And after Iran did this and started running tests of the Iranian fiat cryptocurrency and banning the U.S. trade and shifting all trade to the euro, we started to see a pickup in tensions with Iran. Now, Libya wasn't the only country to try to get away from the U.S. dollar. Iraq's Saddam Hussein also said that he would no longer sell Iraqi oil in dollars. And after that, all of a sudden the U.S. wants to go after Saddam Hussein. Now, again, earlier we said in the episode that Saddam Hussein was backed by the U.S. and armed by the U.S. government to create a war with Iran.
Yeah, already since 1959 he was under control of the U.S. government.
Right.
They provided the kill list to Saddam, 6,000 people, and when the Ba'ath party went to power, 5,000 out of those were killed.
Right. Now, what happened in 1952 was that the U.S., or I'm sorry, not the U.S., that Mossadegh, right, he nationalized the oil and took it away from the British. The U.S. came in years later, armed Saddam Hussein, and this was allegedly because that Iran was threatening to start selling oil in currencies other than the dollar.
Okay, people are asking to say more about these hacker crews, and I want to do it, but I was waiting for you. I know a little bit about it. Yeah, so you had that Gossip Girl project, and that. Okay, so in that gossip, this is all deleted information. You will not find this online, by the way. This is from archives, and I have the archive links, and I could put it up, but okay. So this is no longer public information. So I'm going to say that this Gossip Girl group has a team called Flame, a team called Dooku, and a team called Flower Shop, based on Flower Shop, and also known as Cheshire Cat. Now, Flame, and the Equation Group, right? So when the Equation Group is linked to the NSA, and Dooku is associated with Israel, and Flame is a joint U.S.-Israeli effort, right? Now, the fourth group that was involved, and no one really knows who they are, is the Cheshire Cat, also named as Cheshire Cat, but it's also called Flower Shop. And Flower Shop was very active in the Middle East between 2002 and 2013. And you can find this code in a part of the Stuxnet code. And that part is called Stux Shop. And that is the part that actually communicates with certain servers. And that is part of the Stuxnet code, and that is how it was discovered that that is the Flower Shop malware. This is the fourth group. We don't know who they belong to, this fourth group, but we do know that Equation Group, NSA, Dooku, Israel, and Flame joined US Israel. So, and this has been going on. Estimates since before 2006. So you had the Flower Shop malware in 2002 already showing up, and then in 2006 already the preparations and the programming has been going on for this situation in Stuxnet. And this is I have to tell you that this information is not public anymore, and you will only find this right now on here. Flame is called also Sky Wiper, and it was targeting Windows computers based in Iran in 2012.
They were using NSA key, right?
Yeah, it uses.
It was blue.
Yeah.
Blue. What was it? Blue. The fuck was that called?
Yeah, you mean Blue Keep or Eternal Blue or Blue Keep later on.
Yeah.
That was all used for WannaCry malware.
Yeah. Whatever was used for WannaCry, that was them, right? Same group.
Yeah, that's very possible because that was a tool found in their database, right? Like it was hacked, the NSA, and that tool was found.
Right. Yeah, I remember
right?
that. I remember that. I wasn't sure if it was Blue Keep or Eternal Blue or whatever the hell it was, but I just
first was
remember-
Eternal Blue. First Eternal Blue, and then later on another version showed up. Was called Blue Keep.
I just remember that the tool actually used the NSA key exploit that was in Windows. That's all I remember from it. So, yeah, like it's interesting information that you just put out there. Very interesting.
Yeah, it focused mostly on so it works through Windows Update. This Sky Wiper. It literally uses Windows Update, and it is able to gather system information, create backdoors, and also duplicating and propagating through networks entire enterprises through Windows Update. The same.
Right, it spoofs a Windows update and basically says there's an update for Windows. You click it, it installs it, and then you're infected with NSA malware.
Yeah, and of course, this is personal theory, but I think Microsoft is involved with that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Microsoft, they designed Windows built in with NSA key. Remember?
Yeah.
So they've already been linked to the NSA right there. I mean, like they literally gave them a back door into people's systems with the NSA key stuff. That's why I highly recommend nobody uses Windows. That's all I got to say. I've been Linux for about like 10 years now. Shit.
Yeah, I did a discussion with someone before too, a few days ago, and like to secure a phone or to secure an operating system, if the feds want to get into your system, you have these programs that update themselves, right, and that connect to outside servers for updates and these things, and it's very easy to place harmful stuff in updates, and it's all verified by your phone, and there's no protection against it because you verified it to update.
Of course, yeah. Okay, so in regards to phone security and stuff like that, the only real way for you to be safe against any type of government hacker would be to basically build your own OS for your phone. Like, even these custom OSs that people have. I mean, it's not. First off, most of these OSs are built off of the framework of Android, and the fact that it uses Android as a base, all of the exploits that they have for Android then can be used on your own custom OS, like whatever you want to. Like, it uses Android as a base. If somebody develops their own operating system and installs it into a Android smartphone, right, the hardware then is also a factor. So I mean, like, trying to get away from it is just like, it's pointless.
Yeah.
But going back to like all this stuff about Libya, Iraq, and what was going on with Iran, we also have a fourth country, and a lot of people don't realize this, and I think this is very, very interesting. Just prior to when the U.S. started calling Syria's Bashar al-Assad a genocidal war criminal, right? It was actually reported by the Chicago Tribune that Syria had switched its primary hard currency for foreign goods and services from the US dollar to the euro in a bid to make it less vulnerable to pressure from Washington. A lot of people don't know that. And it was actually done in 2006. So when everybody sees that they're promoting these chemical weapons attacks in Syria, it happened immediately after the Syrian government removed the US dollar again from its foreign goods and services. So trade, again, trade. And going back to the digital stuff of what we just discussed about hackers and the NSA and stuff like that, we actually saw last year, if you remember, manipulation of social media when the agencies manipulated a Iranian hashtag for no war with Iran to basically say that the Iranian people wanted war with their government, if you remember that.
Yeah, we jumped on that one.
Yeah.
We destroyed it. That next day it disappeared. Like out of no, like it didn't exist ever. Like it just disappeared from this entire scene. And we saw we made like a map of where tweets were coming from, and they were all coming from like 6 NATO countries.
Right, and it was very interesting. It was very interesting to see that because it was in our face propaganda, and it was funny because it was like they're trying to say Iranian citizens were tweeting this and all of that, and saying everybody is behind a U.S. VPN, and it's like that doesn't make sense. Like,
no. This is the same old bullshit stories. Everyone is behind a VPN, right? There is no internet there at all, right? That is like insane.
Well, I mean, it's. I can understand maybe like some people being behind a VPN that is in the U.S., but other people are going to choose other countries. It's not just going to be, oh, we're going to all choose the U.S. and tell the U.S. we want them to invade. Like,
no, yeah, you would choose countries like Egypt or Turkey and stuff. Those are the countries closest to you. That is not like why would you choose a US VPN or even like a UK VPN on the other side of the world? That doesn't give you a good internet connection. You use like a Turkey or something, or yeah.
Well, not Turkey. I mean, Turkey's like as bad as Iran is with press and stuff like that. I mean,
that's a good point. But I mean, just like they have fast internet connections, you choose a country with fast internet connection close to you, maybe in South Africa or something.
Right, yeah, exactly. It wouldn't all come from Western countries, which is what we saw when we looked at the hashtag and looked at where all the tweets were coming from. But yeah, there's also within WikiLeaks documents too. Just to bring this up, is that there was suspected manipulation of the protest in 2019, 2018. Let me just, I have the tweet here.
Not sure, QAnon babe, if you missed the whole talk about the Shower Cat stuff. I did it, but I'm not sure if you were here. You can listen it back later, I guess.
Yeah, it was in 2018. There was protest, and it says the UK. This is from WikiLeaks. Says UK spy agency GCHQ caught running fake personas on Twitter targeting Iran.
Yeah.
That was in 2018.
So we exposed that. We exposed that, like in the. You can listen it back. Just a few minutes back. I did a whole stuff about it. Okay. Yeah, no, we exposed that whole fake hashtag, right? And then it disappeared. But we were raided over it. I mean, I had like hundreds and hundreds of these so-called agents like raiding me. Like, oh my god, they were trying to like be really scary.
They tried to like paint us as the bad guys. I remember that.
Yeah, we had all our nuns jumping on it, like we were used to it. Yeah.
Right. But it's very interesting that GCHQ was caught doing that, because the GCHQ also works with the NSA, and whoever was running that operation, which it seemed to look like it was the U.S., so it was probably the NSA. But it's very interesting, and in 2019 or 20, yeah, it was 2019, I believe. there was actually an organization that the CIA set up tasked with focusing on Iran. And that organization, they actually titled the, it was titled, where is it? It's the Iranian Task Force, the Central Intelligence Agency, Iranian Task Force, and that organization was set up with the whole task of focusing on just Iran, and it was set up under the direction of Ayatollah Mike, who is an actual aggressive Iran hog.
Okay, yeah, but by the way, if you mention GCHQ, if people want to research about GCHQ, I mean, this is again stuff all these shields will never tell you. You have to research directly into a thing called Muscular. Muscular, M-U-S-C-U-L-A-R. And Muscular is the surveillance program by GCHQ. That's why they work together with the US on things. And you have other programs called Minaret, Shamrock, Promise, but now it is Muscular, and Muscular, yeah, and X-Keyscore is also one of the systems that's used. But, yeah.
The Promise software was forked into Prism.
Yeah, well, Promise already existed since before 78. I'm reading in the data.
78.
Yeah, I'm reading in the data. Like pre 1978, already a program called Promise. I'm not sure if it's the same Promise. Was already existing.
PROMIS.
Yeah. And you're probably correct about what you're saying. Let me see. Yeah.
Yeah. So Promise software was misattributed by the U.S. government in the 80s. As far as I know, I didn't know it was misappropriated in the 70s. I had no idea.
Yeah, originally it was a case management software developed by Inslaw, a non-profit organization established in 1973 by Bill and Nancy Hamilton.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the U.S. government misappropriated that software in the late 70s? 78?
Yeah, like okay, so okay, I can real deal there. Inslaw received a $10 million contract by the Justice Department to develop an improved Promise application for U.S. Attorneys. They developed a 16-bit version before that, later a 30-bit version, specifically Fax, Unix, IBM's AS400, and Windows NT back then.
Correct, but I'm saying like the U.S. government then misappropriated the software and forked it in 78. I was told it was the 80s.
Yeah, so and there is a book written in 1997 by Fabrizio Calvi and Thierry Pfister, and they say national security had been seeding computers abroad with promised embedded SMART, SMART, system management automatic reasoning tools, chips codenamed Patri, capable of covertly downloading data and transmitting it using electrical wiring as an antenna to U.S. intelligence satellites as part of an espionage operation.
Yeah, that's correct. SMART hardware, which a lot of people that I've talked to speculated that meant SMART meant using blockchain technology, but if they had blockchain back then, that would be interesting.
Would not be surprised by that, by the way.
I wouldn't either, to be honest, if they did have it back then. But yeah, I didn't know about that book, so if you could send me that book, that would be great, because nobody's ever given me that book as a reference, because I've never even I've been looking into the whole SMART stuff, and I have a lot of information on Promise. I don't want to go into a lot of it on air right now. I will once I release everything, but I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, but you have a thing. This is done by foreign publishers, right? And this is Germans, and I think it's called Das Auge Washingtons, meaning the eyes of Washington. Is what the book is called. and it's written by Fabrizio Calvi and Thierry Pfister, and it's published by Unionsverslag in 1998.
1998, but is it also published in English or only German? Because I can't read German, like I need to translate it.
Yeah, I could translate it for you, but if it's a long book, it will take a decade.
It'll take a decade.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Thierry Pfister, someone says. Yeah. Because das Auge Washington, meaning the eyes of Washington, right? The biggest espionage operation am Ende.
Yeah, it is. It's not only espionage, though. That's a misconception there. Promise Software was forked into MainCore. MainCore was used by Oliver North under FEMA's Rex 1984 to create a dissidents list of people who were against Reagan at the time. Basically a roundup list of activists and dissidents around that time period, and then the MainCore database was evolved years later in the 90s and evolved again in the 2000s, and from what I know is that MainCore is actually artificial intelligence, and it now kind of operates without human intervention, and this database keeps track of, if you're in this database, it keeps track of all your purchases, everything you're doing online, all your connections to your friends, all of that stuff. And actually, Palantir, there's a connection between Promise and Palantir. There's a connection to John Poindexter, and there's a connection to I can't remember his name, the defense secretary at the time under Ronald Reagan. So there's two connections there to Palantir. They were advisors to Palantir very early on, and Palantir has developed a software that is very similar to MainCore called Gotham for U.S. fusion centers, and it has very similar capabilities of tracking purchases and tracking like people's connections and purchases of like say you go and purchase a gun or something like that, it would have your firearms tracking number and all of that, and it would all be routed into this software. And we also know that Palantir was working with ICE as well. So, in my opinion, Palantir, the Gotham software, is kind of the next evolution of Prism. And I think, personally, I don't have proof of this, and nobody's ever told me, but I think that Prism was designed by Palantir. And it was forked from Promise. And, and MainCore. Because Prism allows everything, basically connecting people online, like purchases and stuff like that, exactly like Gotham does, which is more more for U.S. fusion centers than it is for the NSA and select individuals. So we have all this software that is MainCore. It's basically MainCore, which was a privatized database of dissidents. And in the 2000s under Bush, I actually have information that they actually wanted to add immigrants and illegal or immigrants are illegals. They wanted to add illegal aliens to the list of people to be rounded up under Marine Corps. And there's actually a Senate testimony that's very, very, very hard to find. And a conversation with then what was it? It was I can't remember if he was deputy FBI. Like, it was James Comey, but I can't remember what his positioning was in the government. But anyway, he has, like, there's a whole conversation with James Comey, and James Comey says he wouldn't approve it. And he says he was shocked, but that's what he was shocked about. He was shocked that they wanted to add Muslims, and they wanted to add illegal aliens to Marine Corps' list. So it wasn't only going to be dissidents; it was going to be illegal aliens and Muslims as well after 9/11. So they wanted to trace all of these people.
Someone asked, what about Jade Helm? What do you know about that?
Jade Helm was a military operation years ago where they, it was basically for civil unrest, where people at the time, I believe that there was a lot of protests going on, and they had done a drill called Jade Helm. It was in Texas and in California, I believe, and they had run drills for rounding up people in case of civil unrest. Now that's
There's
basically
a story about putting people in FEMA camps, right?
well, that's the thing. Like, that's not a conspiracy. That's exactly what fucking Oliver North was tasked with doing in the 1980s under Rex 1984. That was FEMA. Like, Rex 1984 was a FEMA operation.
It's funny that it's called 1984 too.
Right. But I think that was the year that was created. I'm pretty sure. I don't fully remember, but I think it was.
The year
But anyway.
Zuckerberg was created too. Just saying, guys. 1984. He was born in 1984, just real quick.
Right, but Marine Corps' database is very real, and it's a artificial intelligence that was developed in part by the U.S. and in part by Israel. They worked jointly on developing this, and they both misappropriated Promise software for various different reasons. And the U.S. used it for spying, and I believe the Israelis used it for similar reasons of installing it in banks or something. I don't fully remember that part. So there's a lot to Promise software and Inslaw that it's a very difficult subject to talk about. And
Yeah, but what is important to mention, you're right, but what is important to mention is that they have so many different programs with different names, and that is a very good reason behind it. Like, there's not one big thing that like compromise there that like has everything in it. They have like all these little decentralized groups working on their own, and I'm pretty sure they don't have like access to each other either, and that is typical intelligence operations, right?
right, that's compartmentalization. Yeah.
Yeah, in compartmentalization, yeah, you don't tell everything to one group. You keep it separate. So you have
You only have what you need to know.
Yeah, need to know basis. Yeah, exactly. You can't give anything away either. Like if another foreign if you're operating on foreign soil, for example, and you get caught, yeah, you work on a need to know basis, and they won't even torture you to find out more because they know you're working on a need to know basis. You can't even give it. You don't have it. That's all you can say.
Well, it depends. It depends. Depends on who's captured and being tortured. In regards to that.
Of course, you have the highest in the hierarchy. They know more, right?
Right.
Yeah, and but the low the people who do the actual work, right? The workers, they are not high up in the hierarchy, and they don't know everything. They get told what they have to do. They do specific work. They work their asses off, and they get caught, and they get fucked up. Yeah. But they work on need to know basis. The people in high up in the hierarchy, they yeah, they know a little more, but they stay out of the war zone, right? Let's see. I'm just reading through the chat and everything. Yeah. So, Mad Mom says a Russian bot conspiracy on Infowars Helm conspiracy. That's new to me. Sorry, just reading over here. Infowars was one of the outlets talking about that Jade Helm stuff a lot. They were showing that whole FEMA camps thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're called like under Obama, right? There was documents that came out where it literally said re-education camps. like these were real. Like they might not have never been activated, but they're real. They're there. They could use them anytime needed.
Yeah. Okay, so people ask more about Palantir. Yeah, okay, so Palantir is another commercial enterprise doing the dirty work for the feds, right?
They're a subcontractor who makes software.
Yeah.
And not only just make software, but they also do military logistics planning and stuff like that. And Palantir was also involved with in WikiLeaks documents discussing how to dissuade leaks from WikiLeaks and sabotage WikiLeaks. And in one thread with Palantir, HB Gary, and Belrico.
It's funny, I also mentioned this on air like an hour ago. Like, you can do it again, by the way. Do it again.
Yeah, well, in one thread, they literally mentioned how they wanted to destroy WikiLeaks and go after supporters and I quote, drag Julian Assange around from country to country facing prosecution for the next 30 years of his life or something like that. That's what they said in the email. So, I mean, it's very interesting how interworked Palantir is, or not interworked, intertwined Palantir is into the U.S. government. And when you learn who their advisors were, that's when your whole mind gets blown, because then you're like, wow. The guy who was accused of being the operator of Iran-Contra, John Poindexter, operating a shadow government at the time, he was one of their advisors early on. It's very interesting, and yeah, it's a very interesting connection that most people don't even know is there for Palantir. And Palantir works with ICE and local police departments, and they work with, as clients, they work with ICE and local police departments and federal law enforcement.
Okay, so yeah, so about Palantir, you have to look into In-Q-Tel, right? That's how they got their backing. It's a startup, data mining, and the leader is Alex Karp, and he ran this startup. He's a billionaire now, but yeah, all the money was given to a CIA was injected into the company from a CIA investment arm called In-Q-Tel, and you can look into that if you want. It is okay, and so In-Q-Tel is created by Norman Augustine, and Norman Augustine is he was a secretary of the army in the 70s, and he also was a CEO of Lockheed Martin. Just saying, so you know that. A super old guy now, but yeah, Lockheed Martin. This is the military establishment. Getting into the CIA, then funding another arm called Palantir, a commercial or like a startup, and that then runs. Okay, this is the move from government-ran operations into like semi-government corporations. And yeah, there is a good reason for that. Like with Blackwater 2 and stuff, you can. Like AK mentioned before, like working with like some Pakistani bank, right? You put these offshore companies on soil that doesn't have the human rights protections that you have in your own country. So they're allowed to do a little bit more. Allowed, I mean, we allow them to do that. Technically they aren't, but they just do it. And that local government where they are located as their offshore company, yeah, doesn't prosecute them for anyone, or doesn't like raid their building because they're not doing anything illegal under their law. Because they don't have the human rights protections. So keep your operation running.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all logic. These people are smart with that. They know how to use it. They use it for tax evasion too, so they use it for that too. Like, it's very simple.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to read this or not, this is kind of breaking news in regards to Trump's farewell address. I can't read it. Like, my fucking voice is like killing me right now, I guess. Or not my voice, my throat.
No, it's okay. You dropped something in the Discord, or?
Yeah, I did. I dropped it in the general channel.
I'm going to drop that archive link for you.
Yeah, I want the book, but
yeah, I had that other archive link about all these hacker groups, like like I said, Flower Shop and these things. That link is removed from the internet, but it is in archive still. So that's why it is in. I think it's an important link.
wow, this is also breaking news. So, It's now confirmed that Trump will not pardon Julian Assange or Edward Snowden.
Okay, that's bad news, I guess. Not completely unexpected, but yeah.
While Trump once entertained the idea, Trump decided against it because he did not want to anger Senate Republicans who will soon determine whether he's convicted during his Senate trial.
That's pathetic, to be honest.
Multiple GOP lawmakers had sent messages through aides that they felt strongly about not granting clemency to Assange or Snowden. So, just so everybody knows, Trump now faces trial, criminal trial, whether or not he was responsible for the Capitol attack.
Okay.
So here in the U.S., here's how I see this going, because, you know, he has such a large supporter base, right, that if convicted and, you know, they try to arrest him and jail him for sedition and the insurrection that took place, right, I kind of see more violence from that. Tell me if I'm wrong about that or not. You know, like, if you're trying to imprison somebody who has so much support from one side, right? You know, don't you see that kind of going towards that route?
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I think that's a good observation. Yeah, okay, so I'm sad about that part, that he is not going to pardon him, by the way. That is, but I already expected that. And the next one will never pardon Assange. Calls him a digital terrorist. Disgusting to me, I think.
Right.
I'm just reading through the chat, by the way, in the meantime, so in that sense. Mad Mom asks what server we're hiding in. If you DM me, I sent you an invite link, Mad Mom. You're always welcome. Been with us since the start, I think.
Server hiding in.
Fifi is also in the chat now. Respect all the work of Fifi does with her anti-child abuse operations.
Oh, Fifi?
Yeah, she works tirelessly every day on that, and
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
she's very loyal. Who says you're fired, Trump? Someone says, funny, AK, your voice is killing you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just got like a sore throat going on. I don't know. It just came out of nowhere. So that's not really good. But I've also sat through a meeting earlier today, and I have another meeting later at 7 o'clock. So, I mean...
All these business meetings. I hope it's important for you.
Yeah, the first business meeting was with a client, and then this one is for Somi, so...
Yeah, you have to go hard now with Somi, bro.
I have to go what?
You have to go hardcore now with Somi, just saying.
Not yet, not soon.
Yeah. Someone says you got chemtrailed on your way back.
I didn't go anywhere. The only thing I did was eat food from Taco Bell earlier and ordered food out. And I mean, if I got fucking coronavirus or sick from that, I mean, fuck, I don't know.
Okay.
No, I think it's just dry throat, to be honest. I have to go get something to drink though, because I'm like dying.
Get it. I'll keep them busy for a
Yeah,
minute.
I'll be right back.
Can't have you torture yourself there. Okay. Did you leave Twitter and Facebook? Yeah, I left Facebook. I lost 43 accounts there, so I can't even use it anymore. Or make it get like deleted in like 1 hour, and whatever I do, so I can't even do it. And don't worry, I tried the fake IDs, I tried the VPS servers, I tried the VPNs all over the world. I changed MAC addresses, I changed my resolution, I used different hardware, I tried everything. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're global banning people. I think with hardware, to be honest, I think it's the MAC address of of your modem or your router. Like I don't know how the fuck they're doing it, but I used VPNs, created accounts, and got banned within fucking no time.
Well, they used over 2,000 identifiers on Facebook, and one of my friends, who is like an expert in AI, he says that they can literally recognize your mouse movements, like your behavior with your mouse.
That's creepy. That's fucking creepy.
Yeah, you can say they can do that.
I'm just gonna create a fucking Facebook account and radically move my mouse.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okay, so, yeah, Roberto says BIOS malware, yeah, well, I know they have this JavaScript exploit in it. They have a JavaScript exploit in Facebook. Like in the past, they had their own .onion address, right? And you connect to it with a .onion. But when you open the Facebook Messenger chat, you see this little microphone and this little webcam box, right? You can put this on. That little messenger thing uses a JavaScript exploit, a JavaScript connection to your computer that already recognizes your exact hardware, your what kind of microphone you're using and what kind of camera they're using, and
Right.
yeah, and by knowing that and the exact also the exact firmware and everything, they already know what kind of like laptop you're using or MacBook you're using, right? They already know it. So they're very advanced.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. But capturing what hardware that's not. I mean, for Facebook, it's probably malicious, but I mean, in general, it's not supposed to be malicious. It's just used for software development and correctly displaying video on hardware. I'll be right back. I really have to get a drink.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a combination of things. So you have okay, they recognize your cam hardware, your operating system. They recognize your screen resolution, and if you have those things, you can already define what kind of MacBook, what type you're using when it is bought, and all these things. So it's very easy to define people on that. You have to just understand the OPSEC. You can even like if you open the Tor browser, like the start message, the start page, it says like, yeah, don't maximize the browser because that means websites can identify your resolution. So you keep the browser as a window, right? So those are things you have to just think about, all the different ways they can recognize your hardware and your software. And you want to be fully a different person, you changed all these things, you change all these habits too. You become a different person. I mean, I use a fake name, I'm a different person. what are they all saying? No, I'm not going to ever go back on the Facebook platform. At some point, you just have to decide you all leave at once. If you don't do that, it just keeps on going. Just make this decision and find another place. Just like if the people are really your friends, right? People say like I can no longer get in touch with my friends and family. Well, if they're really your friends and your family, maybe you care enough about them to get them away from it too, and meet somewhere else. Right? It's not. You care enough. If they would go out with you and drink coffee together with you, then they can also do that. What's so hard about either go into town and get a coffee together? Is it really so much harder to just switch to a platform where you can talk to each other? Well, you have to be on WhatsApp. You can just go to Wire together. You see, just install the stuff. It's this apathy is really dangerous to society. You have an apathy, think like I don't care, like, or they say like they know everything about me anyway, right? So I don't have to do anything about it. Yeah, but you don't even know what they know about you because they make connections between all the different people you hang out with, all the different people, and they can profile you on what these people do wrong. If these people get drunk all day. And you have like 90% of the people you hang out with get drunk all day, because these people will also consider you a drunk. It's very simple. It doesn't have to be about you. So you create networks between people and networks that they are able to observe, and they recognize trends in these networks. They're very smart with it. I mean, it's all done under the banner of commercial, and when they do it under the banner of commercial, all the advertisers get involved. They all go funded, and they do it together. And then, yeah. So to sell more, they recognize trends and they work on it. And they're now working on real-time ads on the streets too, right? They're now connecting that. They have the whole 5G system being built to be able to have cameras on the street, broadcast, to have real-time ads on the street. So you pass a bus stop with some now it has still a flyer, right? But then it will like have like a targeted ad based on you. So yeah, you walk past the bus stop and you just bought like a hammer online, and that bus stop will give you ads for nails then, right?
Well, no, they want the ability to use your phone for advertisement purposes like that. So you'd walk past a certain point, and then it would play an ad directly on your phone. So, in regards to Facebook and everything, and how everything works interoperatively, Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, they all share data with each other. And if you don't believe me, you can do this experiment. Clear your whole browser history, right? Clear your whole browser history, and use a VPN that you've never used before, right? Go on YouTube, search for something, right? Open a new Twitter account. Now, go browse on Twitter for a while, right? Open a Facebook account. Okay? Use your Facebook account for a little bit, go back to Twitter, go back to YouTube, use them for I would say a day, maybe a couple days, and you'll start seeing stuff that you searched for on each account, interconnected. like you could search for, say, like cat videos on YouTube, and you'll start seeing stuff for cats on Facebook ads. or Twitter seems to be a little bit more inconspicuous about it. Like if you search for cat videos, they're not going to give you like cat stuff. So Twitter seems to be a little bit more different. Facebook is like targeted as hell, and so is YouTube and Google. So, you know, if you don't believe that that's really a thing, you can kind of search for it and try it. And some people have even said that Facebook is recording their conversations and giving them ads associated with them.
Yeah, I can personally be. I'm personally a witness to that. I won't give any details, but I have seen it happen. I have had it happen. Not specifically on Facebook, by the way, but on other places. Yeah.
Well, I would be interested in the details.
I will do it in private to you, but I can't because yeah, it's a little private. But I can tell you that I know they're capable of it, because if you look at YouTube videos, for example, and you put in like the automatic text on it, it recognizes a lot of words, and it gets better and better. And many of these words you say in a video, even in this video, you can put on the auto captions, and many of the words we say are actual keywords for advertisers. So if you say these things on a phone call, it works the same as with a YouTube video. The auto captions, these auto captions they can put on your phone call too, automatically, and at the keywords it will trigger the advertising system. So they won't have to like literally listen to every word. They won't listen to the word "hey" or whatever. But when you say "hey, I bought a new TV today," it will trigger on TV and on today.
Right.
And yeah. Yeah.
No, it would probably only trigger on TV.
Yeah, perhaps, but that's what I mean. There are advertisers for that word TV, so it will trigger it. And it isn't even like, oh, okay, this is all fads doing it, and we're like being surveilled so hard. But it's also from a commercial way, right? I mean, these people want to make money, and they make money on purely on abusing your data. So yeah, that's how they do it.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, and again, it's cross-pollinated across platforms, and they share that data with third parties, and well, it's really bad. There's actually a rule or a law trying to be passed now in the U.S. It's called the SHIELD Act, and it's similar to what the EU did with the EU Data Act. I can't remember what the hell it was called. What is that called?
GDPR, that you have the right to remove data.
Yeah, GDPR. Thank you. So it's similar to that, where these U.S.-based companies would have to disclose what they're doing with our data, and Facebook, I think, is going to have to change their business model. One of the guys that I'm meeting with tonight for Sony, he's a former U.S. military contractor, now working in marketing, and he said that Facebook. He said to us that Facebook's business model is 100% selling user data to other companies, and he said, I can tell you that on more than one occasion they sold data to the NSA.
But they actually sell it, and the NSA doesn't like demand it, but they sell it.
Right. Yeah,
so that would be like okay. So that would be like one of these companies of the NSA, then, right? Like an offshore company that works for the NSA, and then Facebook just sells it as like an advertiser or something.
Well, yeah, they could do it that way too. I mean, but
I mean, then Facebook can hide behind like not knowing anything about it. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that In-Q-Tel was a venture capital firm that helped fund Facebook in its early years. Do you think that In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's venture capital arm, is going to do that for free and for no reason? No.
I also know that, for example, Peter Thiel also had many shares in Facebook, and Peter Thiel is directly involved with Palantir and In-Q-Tel. So, yeah, it's.
Well, I think I think Peter Thiel had like 2% of shares in Facebook. That's not a lot, but yeah.
No, it's not a lot, but on a company that size, it is still worth a lot. Just saying. I mean, 2% of Facebook is still larger than pretty much, except for Twitter and YouTube, pretty much every other social media, I think.
I mean, it was probably, I want to say maybe a couple thousand shares, like 100,000 shares, something like that. I don't think it was a million shares, but 2%. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm not sure of Facebook's share structure, so I really can't comment on it.
But you are correct. You are correct, by the way. I've just checked it. Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, one of Facebook's earliest backers. And if you link Peter Thiel to Palantir, In-Q-Tel, etc., you have directly the CIA funding it, right?
Well, no, In-Q-Tel actually did fund Facebook.
Yeah, Peter Thiel is co-founder of Palantir, and In-Q-Tel is a funder of Palantir, and Peter Thiel is a co-founder. So you already have proof that at least some of the funding, Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, comes from a connection to Palantir.
Oh, well, yeah, but not only just that, though, but also In-Q-Tel itself. That's what I'm saying. Like, In-Q-Tel itself, with, I think it was Gilman Louis, they funded Facebook.
Okay.
In its early years.
Okay. Yeah, he just trigger worded me on Peter Thiel. So. Hey, I see Nord jumping in. He can talk.
Hello.
Hey.
Hola.
Hola.
How goes it?
What?
Just how goes it?
Oh, I'm good. What about you?
Pretty good. There's just sore throat. I don't know what the fuck's going on now, but
You got a drink.
Yeah, he got a drink. He left and he came back with a drink. But yeah.
yeah, well, it helped a little bit, I'll tell you that. Because, fuck, man. Like, earlier I thought I was, like, my throat was, like, closing or something. When I went to talk, I kept on coughing.
Then you need to deep throat, man. Okay.
Hey, say something useful. We're talking about surveillance and Facebook surveillance and.
Oh. I'm sorry. Was it about censorship and shit that was going on? Yeah, it's like Facebook and Twitter. Okay, fighting fake news is like an okay thing to do, but shutting down what was that Parlay? I don't think that was Amazon's decision to do so, because if they just wanted to introduce free speech to the social media platform, and Amazon didn't like that, and I don't think that's the correct thing to do.
Well, in regards to Parler, they were warned 11 different times.
Yeah, okay.
They were wait. They were warned 11 different times to remove extremist violent content from their servers. They didn't do it. So I mean, it's not like everybody thinks that like Amazon just randomly removed them.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. They Amazon gave them warnings before doing it. They gave them multiple warnings, and then after the whole like Capitol attack here in the U.S., they suspended them, because it was like they gave them 11 different warnings to remove content from their servers. They didn't do it. So I mean, it's not like everybody thinks that like Amazon just randomly removed them. Yeah, they gave them multiple warnings to remove content from their platform, and they didn't. And also, what's very fucking weird about Parler is that they required social security numbers for some features, which is fucking weird. Not even Twitter does that. Not Facebook does that. We don't even do that. It's very bizarre, and it's very interesting now to see who is backing Parler, because it's almost like they want to like buck back at the U.S., but at the same time, it makes me think something, because I don't know if you realize or not, but the Russians, a Russian service is now backing Parler and allowing them to use their servers. And I thought it was very interesting. That's all I got to say. Like, Parler's CEO, his wife is Russian. I think it's very interesting they were asking for social security numbers for some purposes.
Oh my god. Did they actually ask that shit?
Yeah.
I bet they don't even encrypt that shit so they can read it.
Of course they didn't. They didn't have anything. Like, they couldn't even set up a fucking correct access to an admin panel. The hackers who got into Parler, they were able to make millions of admin accounts and then copy their whole entire database.
They fucked up bad, and I heard they were coming back online soon.
I think it's back. I'm pretty sure it's back online now. But the thing is, they're kicked out of all the app stores. So I mean, you only have a website. Like, you know, like.
The website states technical difficulties, but they were supported by DPR, that a Russian DDoS protection service. I think it's also a hosting. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very, like I said, it's very interesting that they required social security numbers, and for direct messaging on the service, you're required to send in a driver's license or passport.
What? And why do they need a social security number according to themselves?
Because they were doing financial service type of stuff, but even like YouTube uses a third party. They don't fucking. Like, I don't know if they were using a third party or not, but I would assume they have to, right? Because I don't think they could store that data on their own servers. I think that there's laws against that. But I thought it was really fucking weird, because I've never seen a social media site require social security number. Like, that was bizarre.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
They should have just went with a cryptocurrency and launched a crypto, because then they wouldn't have had to, collect people's social security numbers for financial transactions, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking idiotic. It's also very suspicious, honestly. Like, very suspicious. Why would you even do that? Like, why would you require to use to send your password just to direct message someone?
Yeah, I don't know. That I thought was bizarre too. But the funniest thing was, I was reading through Parler's like terms of service, and it literally says that if you post information that results in court, that they could actually sue you for posting that information on their social network site, and that they would use, or that they could sue you for the damages that you caused on their social network site. So if they go to court because of you, right, they could then sue you to basically pay for the fees. of court. I was like, what the fuck is this?
God.
Not even Facebook has like such fucking ridiculous rules as this.
It's very suspicious. It's scary actually, because they say they are a free speech, privacy, 100% blah 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 platform, and then they ask such things just to do simple things. So to properly use the social network, they gotta know your whole identity and all that shit. That's pretty fucking bizarre.
I mean, if it was just an ID, it's one thing, but social security number, that's like a whole another universe.
An all other story, indeed.
Like, operating a crypto service business, you legally have to, like, and a lot of these cryptocurrency businesses don't even do this, but legally, you're supposed to have to KYC your customers to make sure they're not a part of the CFT list or the counter financial terrorism list. And a lot of these crypto companies don't do that. But anyway, we do that at SoMe, and we do that because we're operating a cryptocurrency, not because you have to give your ID for social media. Like, you could use the social site as a social site and never give up your ID if you want, but I mean, then you wouldn't earn rewards. But because it's a crypto, we have to do that. But the whole thing with Parler, man, it doesn't make sense. I saw that, like, the whole Social Security stuff, and it just blew my mind. I've never, ever, ever, ever been asked to give my Social Security number for any service online, besides, like, official government stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, what do they do with it? No, that's do they even mention what they do with it or whatever? Yeah. Do they check
No,
something or?
I think that they use it for taxation purposes, for their, like, ad share type of program. But the thing is, like I said, they should have just used the crypto. Then have to require people to give their Social Security number. I wonder how many fucking people actually did that, to be honest.
Do they mention it anywhere? For what purpose? It is.
Say that again?
Do they mention it somewhere for what they use it? The Social Security number?
No, it just says for some features we may require a Social Security number. I'm like, what?
Christ.
For some features you might require a Social Security number. Like that, I've never seen that before, ever. But the thing is with Parler, like I said, they were warned by Amazon and other app stores and stuff like that they needed to moderate content. And, like, the thing, you could be fully, like, free speech, that's fine. But when it comes to violent, like, threats and shit, like, some of the violent threats I read were, like, fucking crazy shit. Like there was one that I read, it was like, we need to rape all the liberals and then rape their children and then hang. Like, I was like, what the fuck is this? What am I reading? I was like, why would anyone ever post that on social media? Like, what the fuck?
That's the first thing, and the second thing is, did he use his real name or some shit?
I don't know if he was verified or not on Parler. I have no. If you were verified on Parler and you type something like that, you're an idiot.
Yeah, although most racists and fascists are just plain idiots. They're so impulsive. They're like, they do before they think. It's like, I don't say everyone on Parler was fascist, but if you tweet something out like that, you that you were going to kill the liberals and all that stuff as socialists and whatever, then yeah, you're my point.
Yeah, like I'm not saying everybody over there was fucking all like that. But there was a lot of them that they needed to take care of and get rid of their post and actually like suspend their accounts or do whatever they were going to do. I mean, you can't like interact like that online. You can't say that you want to hang XYZ politician and rape all the liberals. Like,
Jesus Christ.
rape and kill all the liberals and torture their grandchildren. That's literally what the post was. Oh man, I got a kick out of reading that. I was just like, what the fuck did I just read? I was like, why would you ever send that on a social media site? It's like insane.
Yeah, it's something you'd read on the dark web or some shit, but or like in a chat box or something.
Yeah, really, yeah. That's like something you would read at like 4chan or something, but I mean, at least
like
anonymous, I mean.
Yeah, and it's like quote unquote normal to say such thing. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if I see such thing on 4chan or whatever, but on a public social media platform, I mean, come on.
What the thing is, if Parler was like really like super pro free speech, they would defend like free speech, but they would never agree with that, because that is not the free speech. You are actually infringing on other rights, right? If you're threatening to kill someone, or you say like, okay, let's say, okay, you have free speech to say like, I hate black people or something, right? You can say that, but you can't say I want black people to have less rights than I have, right? Because you're infringing upon their rights, and that is where the limit to free speech right is where you infringe on other rights, because you have conflicting rights, and that would cause, in a normal system, would cause like a court case, right? Like you're fighting against with different laws against you. You're infringing on.
In the U.S., where Parler was operating, and in the U.S. where we're operating, if you say something like that, it falls under free speech. That's not the problem. The problem is when you introduce violence into it, and you say like, I want to hang all black people or something like that. That would be considered number one, hate speech, and then number two, it would be considered a suspendable offense or post removed or something like that. Like, you can't have that type of mentality being freely posted, and I understand people's arguments of free speech, blah blah blah, but the moment you introduce violence into the conversation is when free speech stops. Yes, there's free speech, but there's also consequences for your speech. Like, that's what a lot of people also often forget, is that there's consequences for what you say. And a lot of the Proud Boys and Trump supporters who were posting on Parler all these threats and everything, they're finding out what the consequence is, because it was the consequence is the feds kicking in their fucking door and knocking on the door saying, "Oh, you said this online?" You know, like, they're finding out, like, that's the reality of the situation. You can't fucking threaten politicians with violence. If you're going to do that, I mean, you don't do it on a social media site. You know, it's one thing to say a message to a friend or something in a encrypted chat. I mean, I don't fucking go around threatening politicians myself, but I might say something that along the lines of all politicians need to be castrated and our anonymous PSA. Remember to spay and neuter all your politicians, but I mean that's different than saying that
Yeah, but I mean, like,
be hung.
yeah. But like, free speech is like a very important right everyone has, right? And you can't make it the same thing as a crime. So you have to, use your free speech to say whatever you want, but you can't just infringe on other rights because you make it. You're literally poisoning free speech, making it a criminal, and that is what you're doing yourself. Saying that this is my free speech right, I will call for violence against people. But it's not true. It's not your free speech right. That's not what free speech is. So you're poisoning the meaning of free speech. I think it's just as damaging as censoring it. Honestly.
But it's true. When it gets into the violence and everything, that's when you allow somebody to infringe on somebody else's free speech. Like, for instance, let's say there's a debate happening, and then somebody just says, like, within the debate, they're like, "Oh yeah, well, fuck you, and I'm gonna kill all your children." Like, you can't say that. That infringes on somebody else's free speech.
Yeah.
I mean, debates are healthy, and that's what we need to get back to is being able to have healthy debates, where it's not like triggered debates of where people are like, "Fuck you," and "fuck you too," and "fuck you," and "fuck your opinion," and "fuck yours,"
Yeah, so that is a risk that redefines freedom of speech, and and these people who want to silence everyone abuse it again, saying like, no, free speech doesn't exist anymore because it's all racism and people want violence, and yeah, disgusting to me, honestly. It's very easy.
And again, I mean, Parler was warned multiple times, like up to 11 times is what I've heard, is that they were warned 11 different times to remove extremist content and violent content from their site. Like, there was memes being posted of, like, fucking liberals, like, hanging and shit. Like, you can't have that.
No, it's just like saying like, okay, so driving a car is legal. I'm expressing my right to drive a car, and my right to drive a car means I have the right to drive against people, to drive over people, right? That's my right. So I'm defending the right to drive cars and to ride over people, and then you have Parler not defending the right to drive a car, but actually defending that right to drive over people. Yeah, that's not you're not defending the right to drive cars at all. You're making it very difficult.
Oh man, that was a wonderful fucking metaphor.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, right?
shit,
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean.
I'm defending the right to drive over people.
Yeah, but isn't that what it is? I mean, isn't that exactly what they're doing? Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
You have the right to like go anywhere, wherever you want, but you still don't have the right to break into someone's house. Yeah, like you have the right to move anywhere. You have the freedom, but you can't just go on someone's property and fucking break into the house and say it's my right to be in this house. Oh my god, imagine that.
It's my right to be here because I have freedom to move.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, no, you're right. No, but that's why I don't think these people are defending it at all. They're
No.
actually working against it. And maybe they're even part of the problem. That was the goal after in the end. But that's a conspiracy mindset, right? But maybe.
Yeah, but
yeah.
yeah.
No, I mean it's not though. It's 100% arguable that they like the Capitol protest, they were talking about violence on Parler, right? And the other thing there to say is that if you're not controlling that flow of anger, right? That anger is going to manifest in real life because more and more people say it, more and more people get radicalized by it. You know, like it's like a psychological thing. So I mean, so since they weren't controlling it, right? It kind of edged things on. And it's not really a conspiracy mindset because we have the messages that were posted on there, and some of them are fucking crazy, man. Like, crazy. Like, the craziest shit I've ever read.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, again, some of these people who are posting these posts, I mean, they were verified on Parler. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to verify and then post threats? Like, do you not know how the internet works? Do you not know the fact that you can't fucking threaten a politician or something, or anyone, like, without getting, like, I think it's like 20 years in prison, something like that?
Yeah, but these alt-right people that claim to be a free speech advocate, they also those are the same people who say they should silence the left and fucking they will be happy to see that Antifa will be getting censored, but if it's one of their kind, so to speak, then they make a big deal out of it.
No, I mean, it's arguable, like, both sides, whoever is violent. I mean, I'm not saying that everyone
I mean,
on the right or everyone on the left is violent. It's just like anyone who expresses violence on social media, I mean, should they be allowed to have their content rebroadcasted and other people be radicalized by it and more people get violent over things? I mean, you can argue for peaceful dissent and you can argue for hacktivism, but you can't argue for allowing people to fucking endanger other people's lives. I mean, with activism, who gets hurt? It's only the server.
Yeah.
It's a corporation or government that gets hurt. That's it. Like, there's not a physical damage done to or injury done to anyone.
Okay, I'm reading in the chat. People still angry about Trump not pardoning Assange, right? What a pussy, yeah, definitely.
Well, and here's the thing too, is that I mean, was he ever going to do it? Who knows? But the thing is, he can't now because now his fate is essentially in the fate of Republicans with the Senate for the trial, the upcoming trial.
Didn't the U.S. government appeal against the fucking outcome of the extradition of Julian Assange?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking.
Yeah, they appealed against it, and
What if
there was a whole thing about it, and Julian was sent back to prison for another couple years while this whole thing gets fucking organized. Which, I mean, it could take months, it could take a year, it could take 2 years, it could take longer. I mean, it's ridiculous that they want to keep him there for a longer period of time. for this whole extradition thing. Absolutely nuts.
It's preposterous. That such things can still happen in 2021. Like it's the reality, but it's also like shocking. You know, it's still shocking because that stuff can still happen. Everyone knows about people getting locked up for journalism or whatever, but people don't fucking notice that it happens in the United States. Like, it's still fucking shocking to see that can happen even in the USA. I mean, it doesn't surprise me from the USA, but yeah.
Oh, definitely. I have a problem with that it happens so openly and people are not fighting back against it. Not enough, at least.
Yeah, indeed. People just don't care. They show no resist. I mean, the majority of the people show no resistance, and they just let it happen. I mean, Americans always tell themselves, and judges and all that stuff, they always say America is a country that promotes free speech and all that stuff, but yet there are a lot of political prisoners and journalists locked up just because they were getting censored, just to censor them. And no one does anything about it.
Yeah, that's actually what a person who's now considered he's very much affiliated now with the Democrat Party, but Noam Chomsky actually said that you have this band wide of political debate, like this spectrum between like left and right, and then the middle left and right, and whoever falls outside of that is either being censored or destroyed, pushed away. But within that spectrum, you can say whatever you want, you can fight so as hard as you want, but if you the second you're falling outside of it, like either to right or to left, or you don't you are not a part of either side, you're not allowed in the political debate. And what you see is the influencers on the left and on the right, and all of them pretty much say the same thing for like decades and decades, and it's always the same complaints, always the same bullshit. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's the you know, if you're speaking out against power on both sides, they alienate you and start censoring you because it's seen as dissentful to kind of call out both parties. So I mean, like, fucking goddamn, man, I've been censored so many fucking times now. Like I've lost count. I don't even think I can count on one hand.
I know, but you.
Medium banned me. Who the fuck has been banned by Medium?
Yeah. Okay, but you are very capable to adapt to these things. You have other outlets you can write for and all these things. But there's like the normal people don't have that, right? I mean, you're here now on the show.
Yeah.
That's probably the most.
If I didn't fucking know somebody who knows somebody at Twitter, I mean, I probably wouldn't have my account back. That's for sure. Like, fuck, like, man, like, crazy shit. Like, it's so ridiculous. If you don't know somebody or you're not connected to be able to get your account back or something, like, it's so ridiculous how easily they censor you and take away your voice, even if you're not pushing like anything that is controversial, or I mean, like say you're just supporting Julian, like just for supporting Julian Assange, I mean, you get censored over it. And the thing is, the biggest problem here is admins, because admins on a social network, they can do whatever they want. There's no like stipulation there for them, or like like they can shadow ban you or do whatever the fuck they want, based off of political influence. So I mean, that's the biggest issue with social media, with all the censorship, is that there's biased political association going into decisions on whether to ban an account or suspend an account or shadow ban an account, You got a comment on that, Mark, or?
Yeah, no, something related, but they say that they are literally wanting to charge all Trump supporters as extreme rights terrorists now. I don't think that will be possible. You have 63 million people at least voted for the guy 4 years ago, and this.
You'll cause a real fucking civil war.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
They won't be
Charge
capable to do that.
Everyone.
What you will do?
So they're going to charge. They're going to attempt to charge everyone who voted for him. Like, oh, do you understand? Like, it would. That would be civil war. Like that would encourage civil war.
Yeah, you don't need to either. What you do is you create this fear campaign against them, making them think that it will happen, right? And you arrest a few major influencers, and the rest of the sheep will be so scared that they will stay in their homes and not resist against you or whatever, right?
No, I don't think so. No, I think that if there starts to be arrests made besides the people who are at the Capitol, I mean, I think we could see civil war. Like, that's not good. You can't, like, there's rules and laws, or there's laws against group affiliation or something like that. I don't remember the fuck it is, but there's laws against that. Like, you can't be guilty for being a part of a group and someone committing a crime, or a group committing a crime and you're a part of the group, So I mean, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Where is that? I'm gonna read that. Like, somebody send it.
Yeah, post a link in the chat if you have it. I mean, we're not going to delete it, just post it. Yeah. Yeah, the stream cut up for like 5 seconds. Something was crashing on the computer. It was no. It happens. Yeah, so it's. I said it should be anywhere on Twitter. I mean, it seems to be Twitter news.
So Trump doesn't pardon Assange or Snowden, but he pardons Lil Wayne.
No, that's.
What?
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy he called like Little Pimp?
No.
Yeah, he was like doing like like a
Little Pump. That was Little Pump, yeah.
Oh yeah, Little Pump. Yeah. That's funny. Was that the guy was standing next to him and he said like, "He's my friend, Little Pimp."
Yeah. He got his name wrong. He said, he got his name wrong and said Little Pimp.
Yeah, but at least you know that it's not scripted, right? It has something. It's like, I mean, it gives you kind of like a good feeling sometimes.
Who's the fuck is Little?
I mean, with Obama, Obama was a good speaker, but
The guy, Obama was a good speaker.
but he was reading everything from what is it like from the text, right? He wasn't doing anything. Or
The
prompt.
teleprompter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if everything was from a teleprompter, but a good majority of his presidency was, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, he's also a lawyer, so it doesn't surprise me. Good at it. Like, speaking. I didn't even know he was a lawyer until recently.
Oh wow, yeah. Like Mark just said, go after the biggest people. Feds filed a conspiracy charge against Oath Keepers leader on today.
Okay. Yeah, so that's that. I think that's personally, I think that's a fair campaign. I don't think they will be heard really much, but in the media, it will will be dragged on and on to put fear in the other Trump supporters. That's what I think, but I'm not sure about it.
They're alleging in the lawsuit in the court document that Thomas Edward Caldwell, 66, the Oath Keepers leader, who is a former U.S. Navy veteran, helped organize a ring of people, of 30 or 40 people, to storm the castle, quote unquote, to disrupt the electoral vote confirmation of President-elect Joe Biden's victory. According to the court documents, a co-defendant, Jessica Watkins, 38, a U.S. Army veteran, said that in a message, we have about 30 to 40 of us, we're sticking together and sticking to the plan to storm the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, so that U.S. Capitol event is very difficult too. Like, was it grassroots from the start, or was it planned by others, or were others infiltrated later on when it happened? It's very difficult.
Well, according to this, they plan to execute citizens' arrest on all the politicians for acts of treason and election fraud, according to communications that were on her phone. Which, I mean, citizens' arrest is not as bad as fucking execution.
No. Now, citizen arrest, technically it means like you arrest someone and you bring them to a police station, right? Or
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's what it means in here. I mean, you can we are also in our country allowed to arrest anyone, right? Do a civil arrest. Like, you see someone trying to stab someone else, you're allowed to arrest them, so to speak, and then like call the police or something and bring them to a police station. That's technically allowed in law.
I didn't know that until recently, actually, until about a year ago.
Well, you have that right as citizen. I think that's the same in your country.
I think so. I mean, we're practically neighbors, so yeah. I think I read. Why don't you hear anything about it? Like, why isn't it on the news? Like, I don't know. Hero reports guy to police, whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I noticed about the USA, like the generic street cops are not so much liked by people. They're hated. They're aggressive and they're rude people. They're not like smoking weed like they are doing in Amsterdam. Yeah. So I'm not a big fan of them either, but I know that if you're in the streets in Amsterdam, they don't really bother you so much unless you're like a pickpocket or something, or you're like yeah, trying to stab people.
Feds arrest a U.S. soldier who conspired to plot attacks on 9/11 memorial, maximize lethality on troops.
My God.
So they're saying that James Bridge is alleged to have thought that he was in contact with someone in ISIS, and he allegedly provided the agent with tips on how to hit potential targets in the U.S. and fend off a retaliation attack. So I mean, that's just that's just the vets entrapping somebody and you know, keeping job security for themselves.
Guys, just ask questions in the chat. Controlled opposition psychological operation, 3-letter agencies. That's what someone says. Yeah, well, that's what they do, right? When you become a threat, they will put their own people in. It's much cheaper than to fight you. If you have like a huge resistance and you're like close to revolution, it's very costly, very expensive to put like an army of police officers against you. So what you do is you just put your own people in the movement and you put it in a direction. We deal with controlled opposition every single day on social media, and they usually I discussed it before on this episode. They start repeating your shit, and then they add other stuff to it to pretty much decapitate your movement. So yeah. Hey, is there much other stuff we need to cover, guys?
I'm looking through news right now.
Okay.
Have you guys discussed the American what is it, the thing that yes, have you guys discussed that already, or I mean,
Yeah, we discussed it early on. I mean, we can go back into it. I mean, there's not really much to discuss besides the security.
security is nuts, man.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah, they shut down all of DC. Like,
They blocked all entrances into the capital, like bridges and fucking, yeah, roads. It's nuts. And there were like 25,000 military personnel? Or was it 20 or 25,000? It's fucking
not sure.
I sincerely hope people won't be that stupid to storm or at least try to storm the capital again, because it will be a bloodbath.
No, if they stormed the inauguration, that would be the bloodbath.
Oh my god. If any Trump fans are listening, please listen to your guts. Thank you.
The thing is, like, the whole Q thing. Like they were saying that they wanted to infiltrate the fucking. This is what we just discussed earlier in regards to the inauguration. The Q movement was actually discussing online, of all places. Like these people are so fucking stupid. Like I get being stupid to, fall for a fucking LARP and be put into a psyop, but I mean, you probably have to know by now that everything you say online is tapped by the NSA. I mean, fuck. But so they were discussing online about infiltrating the National Guard and basically committing terrorist attacks.
Wasn't FBI warning for that?
Yeah, because we were talking about it online like fucking idiots.
Christ. What a fucking morons. But what did they discuss? Like, we need someone in the National Guard to help us, or what did they discuss? You mean those two National Guards that were like suspended, or?
Wait, say that again about the National Guard.
Was it like the people who discussed it? What was their? What did they discuss? Like, I mean, where did
They wanted to infiltrate pose as National Guards, so they wanted to essentially dress up as National Guards. Like,
they're stupid. But there were like two personnel who were like suspended because the FBI thought they were like linked to extreme right extremist groups. And all
yeah,
that.
the two Proud Boys. Yeah, the two Proud Boys were arrested. I saw that because one of them had threatened to send an armed caravan of soldiers to the Capitol.
Man, these people are nuts. And then I hear them say like, no, it was Antifa. The Trump supporters were working on their job and all that shit. I mean, like, come on, you can't fool everyone with that. You may fool some people, but yeah. Come on. Why would you risk your life just to prove a point? Or just to get yeah.
I mean, they were intending like to be martyrs. That's the thing. That's why it's so dangerous with these days ahead. I think that there's going to be another attempt of violence. I don't know where or when or any of that, but I kind of think that it's not over and they're going to do something.
Chances are they're going to storm the White House once Joe Biden is president.
Oh, that would be the bloodbath that you were talking about earlier. You can't cross White House fucking land. Like there's a point where you can't cross, and if you cross that shit, you're getting rushed by Secret Service.
You're dead.
And getting attacked by attack dogs and maybe even shot.
Out of the leg, or if you come too close, in the fucking chest.
Yeah.
I mean, it also depends on the kind of person. I think that or how fast they run or whatever. I think it depends on. I mean, if someone were to like, it will be very dumb and it will probably not happen. But if someone were to sneak into or try to sneak into the fucking onto the fucking property. Yeah, I don't know. Would it get shot or I don't know. What would those angels do?
Yeah. No, you would definitely get shot if you went too close to the property.
The guys from, I don't know if you know We Are Change.
Right. I used to work with them. Yeah.
They like fucking went to the, I think it was the White House.
No. Luke never went to the White House.
So a cop took a picture of them. I remember. Because
In front of the White House, yes, but he wouldn't. He's not dumb enough to jump the fence.
Oh no! But
I mean, Luke, or
they were
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
mocking agents.
I mean, he's been to a lot of fucking events. He even infiltrated the DNC. I don't even know how. I was like, how the fuck did you get inside? Like, we're like stuck on the outside. Like, quick story time. Like 2016 DNC, everything, right? We're on the outside of the where all the protests are going on, outside of the DNC, and Luke is like, I got inside, and I was, how? How the fuck did you get? Like, not even Abby Martin or any of them could get inside the DNC. Like, how the fuck did you trick them that you were with to get in? Like, what the fuck?
And do you know now, or do you still not know?
well, he's crazy with
No.
stuff. He's
I
crazy
have
with
no
stuff.
idea how you got in. Go ahead.
No, he's just crazy. Like this guy's like 5 feet tall, but he drinks like an animal. Like I met him before. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't meet him to drink or anything. But I mean, we were at the DNC. We were there for work purposes and everything. I was covering the DNC protests and all of that was going on at the time. And I mean, like, fucking, it was insane. Like, he got inside, past the barriers, past all the police, and past all the security, and he was inside of the DNC, filming. And I was like, how did you get inside the DNC? Like, they didn't suspect you or anything? Like, how did you get by the security? I was like, what the fuck? This is crazy, man. Like,
I need to have.
all of us, we were stuck on the outside, filming the protests and everything, and getting, what's it called? Is it coddled by the police? Is that the term?
This guy needs to be a CIA agent to infiltrate it.
Well, I mean, he infiltrated directly into the DNC, and it was like, it was funny because it was like, they have all this security, and they were pushing people out, and they like, fucking, I remember Abby Martin got like arrested right in front of us, and there was somebody else who got arrested in front of us as well. I don't remember who it was, but anyway, like, they crossed past she crossed past the barrier, and somebody else crossed past the barrier, and they got arrested for it. And you know, Luke just somehow got into the actual DNC building. And I was like, how? How the fuck did you get in? I was like, what? What? I still don't know how he got in that building, and I was just like shocked. And you know, and then he came out of the building and he was back out in the street.
How did he get out? Like, was he noticed or?
I don't know how he got out. I don't know how he got in. I have no fucking idea. I just know that he was out in the street with us after the fact of the whole thing with Bernie Sanders, like, surrendering over to Clinton during the 2016 DNC thing. And then, you know, everybody was outside rioting, or, well, not everybody, but a lot of people were outside rioting, pushing the fence against the police, and
Does this
all
guy
that jazz.
or some shit? Jeez.
Also met, who's that guy who puts a boot on his head? Mark, I know you need to know who I'm talking about.
Vermin Supreme.
Yeah, that's it. Vermin Supreme. I also met Vermin Supreme. He was just fucking walking around. when everybody was out there fucking chanting about all the DNC fraud and everything, he was just out there walking around saying that he would give everybody a free pony if they vote for him.
Oh my god. He's a libertarian, I think.
Yeah.
Not a bad
It's just
thing.
funny. It's funny though because he's always like, "I'll give a free pony if you vote for me."
Okay. Someone's asking who it is. Matt Mom, so I just posted the name to you. People talk about Operation Save Winter. We should have given so much more attention to that. Honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean it's such an important operation, and I mean like the homeless people are like the visible victims of this corrupted system. Like the most visible.
What, Operation Safe Winter?
Yeah, I was mentioned in the chat, Operation Save Winter. I was thinking about it. We should have given so much more attention to that. It's actually a very important operation.
Well, yeah, it especially like with COVID and everything going on, it's top above everything else, mostly.
I read a horrible
There's some
story
horrible-
about the UK that Boris Johnson and these people actually said like that they want to deport the homeless and stuff now.
Wait, what? Deport? How do you deport the homeless? That doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
no, yeah.
Where are you gonna deport them to? The fuck?
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. I read about that. Let me see. Yeah, foreign rough sleepers face deportation from UK post Brexit. Home Office plans to deport foreign rough sleepers. Councils vow to defy UK rule on deporting migrants. So, homeless people can now be deported just for sleeping. Let me see. Can't believe I'm clicking a Huffington Post article, but yeah. Homeless people can now be deported just for sleeping rough. It could kill them. Home Office immigration rules also put vulnerable people at risk
During
of
the
modern slavery.
coronavirus pandemic, we
What the fuck?
Rough sleepers are at risk of exploitation, modern slavery and death under new immigration rules that allow non-UK nationals to be deported, a homelessness charity has warned. From Tuesday, rough sleeping will become grounds for refusal or cancellation of permission to be in the UK. It's among new Home Office powers that have been criticized as being deeply concerning and as criminalizing people for not having a home. And it goes on and on about that. You see, the thing is, you can of course immigrate into a country, and it will take years to have the nationality, but still you can be in the country and just work and whatever, and you apply for citizenship. But now that when you're homeless, you will just be thrown out. Like, yeah. And I think that being homeless does not always mean that you are like sleeping on the street, but I mean like if you live in like a caravan or whatever, or like a mobile home, and you don't have like a registered address or whatever, that they consider you homeless, you can be deported too. Pretty much it, right? Yeah, it's disgusting how these people do it, because it's always the weak, the people who are already hurt by corrupt system that are targeted hardest.
Right.
But Ninja Shinobi says he was squatting with gypsies, Portuguese, Italians, Polish and more. There are loads of Polish and Serbs at the food bank who are homeless. Most homeless don't apply for citizenship. Well, in this case I would agree with them not to even apply, because they will have you on their little list and will throw you out if you don't have a home. Yeah. Literally have an unknown who sends DMs saying like, are you guys all vaccinated already? I don't reply to him, so he says you need your butthole vaxxed. The kind of people I deal with online.
Yeah, that Pfizer vaccine though is killing a lot of people. Not just old people either. There was a case of allergic reaction in I think it was California recently.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not tested thoroughly. Like I said, like the long-term effects are not known at all, so that's a huge problem. Can't be known yet.
Oh, okay. This is important news. So the U.S. flew again B-52 nuclear bombers over the Middle East as Iran stages war games.
Okay. Like nuclear bombers too, right? Hey, what do you want to do, okay? Oh, guys, it seems like the entire Discord crashed again. That's weird. 1 minute. Hey.
It's gonna get bad.
Hey, so what do you want to do? You want to jump off and maybe do like a third part later, or?
There's actually I just got some pretty important news here to go over.
Okay.
Well, I just linked you it, but judge orders release of more Ghislaine Maxwell records. So we are getting a even deeper look into Miss Ghislaine and the child sex trafficking ring that Epstein and her operated.
Okay, well that's good news, because Ghislaine Maxwell was like his right hand, right? And she was like recruiting all these girls, bringing them in and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. It's about time that it opens up an investigation.
Yeah, for real.
I think like it took so long that now people don't even talk about the Epstein stuff anymore.
Yeah, things have died down for a few months now in regards to Ghislaine.
Yeah. Yeah, you have it's like some moment everyone jumps on it. All the media jump on it because it's like clickbait and a big event, the Epstein case, and then suddenly it all dies down. No one is willing to relaunch it.
Yeah. Let's see here. I don't think I have anything more. I think that's it. I don't see anything else here of importance in any of my news wires.
Okay. Yeah, well, we can go.
Oh, right, there is something here. This is breaking. Dozen National Guard members removed from inauguration ceremony due to ties to Trump, or political ties to Trump. So they're literally making sure that everyone who everyone who guards this inauguration is separated from Trump.
Isn't that weird? Like they're so fearful, and that, you know, the strange thing is I don't think they're honest about it, because the guy ran that country for 4 years, right? When you trust someone,
Right.
yeah, it's not that he suddenly okay. So I'm no big fan of him, and I know neither are you, but it's not like he is suddenly going to like mass murder everyone or something. Americans, right? I mean.
Well, this isn't Trump. This isn't Trump that they're worried. They're worried about militia plans and white supremacists that are embedded within the military service and the National Guard, because they're worried about them retaliating or doing something stupid, you know? So.
Yeah, well, at that point, then you're really fearful for this group of following, or it's or it's all a play that they're like just saying it like because they're like want to like make picture them as dangerous or something. You never know now. I mean, like, even from a security perspective, why would you mention such things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, like, okay, look, you know how, like, with pen testing, like, when with hacking and stuff, why would you mention certain things? You want to make people search for it. Like, if you don't mention it, then maybe these so-called Trump supporters you're scared of will waste, like, days and days finding out what guard they can work with, and they will waste all their time on that. So from a security perspective, it doesn't make sense to like mention these things. Just saying. These are like logical security things. Like, why would everyone need to know that they're on like the Biden side or something?
Well, yeah, it's kind of worrying too. I mean, if it goes beyond this, you know. If it goes beyond the inauguration, we could be in for a hell of a next 4 years. Anyway, I have to go soon, and I'm pretty sure that I got through everything I wanted to get through. I don't see anything else additional. Oh, wait, no, there is actually one more thing I want to discuss. China.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing going on with China and other Western governments now. Western governments are now openly blaming China for the ongoing virus, and they're saying that it came from Wuhan's lab. And the U.S. just this week said through Mike Pompeo that they have indisputable evidence that the virus came from China's lab, and that they want answers. And I can just imagine whether or not that's true or not. I believe it is, personally. But China is going to retaliate either way. So things are going to escalate between the U.S. and China and other Western governments in China. Australia is another one that actually criticized China recently, using their and they discussed how the real patient zero is actually a scientist that had worked at the Wuhan lab with Shi Zhengli. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Anyway, she's missing, and nobody has been able to find her thus far. And the Chinese government will not say anything about her whereabouts or anything, and they don't know anything about her whereabouts. And
Now you're cutting off bad. Let's see. Let me see if I can switch the server. Hit the trigger point, China. Test it again. Can you hear me okay? Okay guys, got entirely cut off on the subject of China. Sorry for it, he is cut off. So yeah, we will discuss that whole thing about China then entirely in a follow-up episode. Give more details. I'm getting a little wasted myself, so. So I want to ask you guys to please share this episode around, and because that's what we depend on. And if you are on YouTube, please remember to subscribe to the YouTube too. I mean, then you get like an update when we go live. It's way easier than waiting for Twitter their post. It goes automatically. You get an update because we use like the Restream software that broadcasts to all these platforms, and so it goes on YouTube, like in the exact same second as I put on the stream. It goes on YouTube and on Periscope and these places. So it already goes up before I make a Twitter post about it. So it would be smart if you subscribe to the YouTube in that sense. So thank you all for listening anyway. You've been great, especially the chat. It's an amazing chat tonight with a lot of activity. Maybe I missed mentioning some things. I will go through it one more time after the episode is done, and then pick it up on next episode. I promise. So yeah. Anyway, sharing is caring, and subscribe, whatever. Have a good night.